You stole bread? That's 7 days on cold porridge. You had impure thoughts? That's 2 weeks barefoot in the snow. You enjoyed it? Confess. It's to the goat. The air in the town of Oakhaven, circa the year of our Lord 1300, was a rich tapestry woven from 1,000 scents. The sharp tang of wood smoke, the earthy perfume of dung from the livestock crammed into narrow alleys, the yeasty promise of fresh bread from the bakeries, and underlying it all, the ever present, almost metallic tang of something else fear. It was the fear of God, certainly, a powerful and omnipresent force that dictated the rhythm of their lives, from the tolling of the church bells summoning them to matins, to the hushed reverence that fell upon the market square when the priest passed by. But more than that, it was the palpable, suffocating weight of guilt. In Oakhaven, as in so many towns and villages across Christendom, sin was not some abstract theological debate reserved for learned clerks in cloisters. It was a physical presence, a shadow that clung to the soul like grave dirt. Every broken commandment, every whispered curse, every covetous glance was meticulously recorded, not just in heavenly ledgers, but in the very consciousness of the townsfolk. It was a constant, low-grade fever that influenced decisions, fueled anxieties, and shaped the very contours of their daily existence. A farmer might pause before striking a bargain, not just considering profit, but picturing the accusing eyes of God, or worse, the disapproving frown of his confessor. A mother might chastise her child with unusual vehemence, not merely out of annoyance, but from a chilling premonition of how that child's future transgressions would reflect upon her own soul. The medieval worldview was one where the spiritual and the material were inextricably bound. The physical world was merely a reflection, often a distorted one, of the eternal. Thus, a sin was not simply an infraction of divine law, it was a stain, a corruption that could fester and spread both within the individual and within the community. The fear of damnation was not a distant threat, it was an immediate and terrifying prospect. The imagery of hell, with its fiery torments and eternal suffering, was not mere allegory. It was a vividly painted reality, accessible through sermons, illuminated manuscripts, and the fearful whispers of the aged. The Last Judgment was not a future event to ponder, it was a constant specter, a reminder that at any moment one's soul could be weighed in the balance, its earthly imperfections laid bare for all eternity. This profound awareness of spiritual imperfection was the bedrock upon which medieval society was built. It fostered a deep sense of communal responsibility, for the sins of one could, it was believed, invite divine displeasure upon all. It also created an environment where any deviation from the sanctioned path, any hint of heresy, any overt display of avarice, any lapse in piety, was met with swift and often severe social condemnation. The social fabric itself was imbued with this consciousness of sin. A transgression was not a private matter. It was a tear in the fabric of communal harmony, a disruption of the divinely ordained order that required immediate attention, and more often than not, public expiation. Imagine, for instance, the marketplace on a typical Tuesday morning. The air buzzes with the usual cacophony of hawkers, haggling customers, and the bleating of sheep. Yet beneath the surface of this vibrant commerce, there is an undercurrent of watchful anxiety. A baker, Master Thomas, known for his generous loaves, but also for a certain slyness in his dealings, is approached by a stern-faced parish beadle. The beadle whispers something, his hand resting ominously on Thomas's arm. Thomas's face, moments before flushed with the heat of his ovens and the satisfaction of sales, drains of color. He has been accused, or perhaps it is a continuation of a previous accusation, of short waiting his bread. The sin itself, the act of deceit for profit, is magnified by the context of a world acutely aware of divine judgment. It's not just about defrauding a few pence, it's about undermining the very principles of honesty and fairness that God Himself had ordained. The implication is that such petty greed, left unchecked, could unravel the spiritual well being of the entire town. The shadow of damnation looms, not as a distant storm cloud, but as a suffocating shroud pressing down on Oakhaven, demanding constant vigilance and, ultimately, a tangible accounting for every failing of the soul. This pervasive sense of guilt was not a secondary concern. It was a central preoccupation, a driving force that shaped the very nature of medieval life, making the subsequent development of elaborate penances not an anomaly, but an inevitable consequence of their deeply held beliefs. The very air of Oakhaven, in that year 1300, seemed to hum with unspoken confessions and anticipated judgments. The cathedral, a magnificent edifice of stone that dominated the skyline, was not merely a place of worship. It was a constant reminder of both divine majesty and human frailty. Its soaring arches and stained glass windows, depicting scenes of saints and martyrs alongside the terrifying visages of demons, served as a visual catechism for the illiterate masses. Every Sunday, the sermon would hammer home the stark reality of mortal sin and the urgent necessity of repentance. The priest, Father Michael, a man whose earnest piety was often tinged with a weariness born of dealing with the endless peccadilloes of his flock, would paint vivid pictures of the Last Judgment, his voice resonating with the fear he himself felt. Sin in this world was not a simple error of judgment or a momentary lapse in moral conduct. It was a corruption of the soul, a spiritual disease that required a rigorous and often painful cure. The concept of original sin, inherited from Adam and Eve, meant that every human being was born tainted, predisposed to wrongdoing. This inherent imperfection was a constant source of anxiety. Life was a perpetual struggle against one's own sinful nature, a battle waged not just in the quiet recesses of the heart, but in every outward action and interaction. This pervasive consciousness of sin profoundly shaped the medieval psyche. It bred a deep-seated humility, a recognition of one's own utter dependence on divine mercy. It also fostered a powerful sense of community, for the sins of one individual could be seen as a threat to the spiritual well-being of the entire parish. There was a communal investment in each other's salvation, a shared responsibility for upholding moral standards. A public transgression was not just an embarrassment for the individual, it was a source of potential divine wrath for all. The daily lives of the people of Oakhaven were punctuated by rituals designed to ward off sin and appease an ever-watchful God. The ringing of the church bells was more than a call to prayer. It was a sonic reminder of their spiritual obligations. The veneration of relics, the lighting of candles, the reciting of prayers. These were not mere formalities, but acts of appeasement, attempts to shore up the defenses of the soul against the onslaught of temptation. Even the seemingly mundane activities of life were imbued with a spiritual significance. The planting of crops, the weaving of cloth, the mending of tools, All could be accompanied by prayers for divine favor, lest the work itself be tainted by pride or sloth. The fear of divine judgment was a tangible force, as real to them as the rough woolen tunics they wore or the hard bread they ate. They lived in a world where the veil between the earthly and the spiritual was thin, and where the consequences of sin were understood to be eternal and agonizing. The lurid descriptions of hell, complete with fire, brimstone, and legions of tormented souls, were not hyperbolic exaggerations intended to shock. They were considered literal descriptions of a very real destination for those who failed to live a righteous life. This omnipresent threat meant that every act of sin, no matter how small, was viewed with immense seriousness. The smallest lie, the most fleeting moment of anger, the most innocent indulgence, all were potential seeds of eternal damnation. This constant awareness of their spiritual precariousness dictated their interactions with one another. There was a heightened sense of accountability. Gossip, while perhaps unavoidable, carried a heavier weight when it involved reporting on perceived moral failings, as such reports could be seen as an act of civic, or rather spiritual duty. Oaths were taken with solemnity, for a broken oath was not merely a breach of trust, but a direct insult to the divine witness. And confession, as we shall explore, was not an optional exercise, but a vital necessity for survival in the spiritual economy of the age. The very fabric of their society was woven from threads of piety, fear, and an all consuming awareness of the shadow of the soul. This was the landscape, fertile with anxiety and ripe for the intricate cultivation of penance that awaited those who dared to falter. The weight of guilt in the medieval consciousness was not a fleeting emotion, easily shrugged off like an ill fitting cloak. It was a constant gnawing presence, a persistent echo in the chambers of the soul, amplified by a worldview that saw the spiritual realm as intimately interwoven with the material. Sin was not simply an abstract theological concept to be debated in learned circles. It was a tangible, all consuming force that permeated every aspect of daily life, influencing social interactions, shaping individual identity, and casting a long, ominous shadow over the pursuit of salvation. In the bustling, yet deeply pious town of Oakhaven, around the year 1300, the fear of divine judgment was as palpable as the chill of the morning mist rising from the river. The very cobblestones underfoot seemed to bear witness to the constant awareness of spiritual imperfection that defined the medieval existence. The societal and psychological landscape of the era was one where the concept of sin was visceral. It was understood not as a deviation from a moral code, but as a corruption of the soul, a spiritual sickness that could fester and spread, not only within the individual, but also within the community. This was deeply rooted in the doctrine of original sin, the inherited taint from Adam and Eve, that rendered every human inherently imperfect and prone to transgressions. This inherent flaw meant that life was perceived as a constant struggle against one's own sinful nature, a battle waged not just in the privacy of one's thoughts, but in every outward action. The awareness of this inherent imperfection fostered a profound sense of humility, a recognition of absolute dependence on divine mercy, but it also cultivated a deep-seated anxiety, a constant vigilance against the ever-present threat of falling short of God's expectations. The fear of damnation was not a distant, abstract possibility. It was an immediate and terrifying prospect. The vivid descriptions of hell, prevalent in sermons, religious art, and popular lore, were not mere metaphors. They were understood as literal depictions of eternal torment awaiting the unrepentant sinner. This existential dread meant that every sin, regardless of its perceived magnitude, was viewed with utmost seriousness. A minor lie, a fleeting moment of anger, a simple act of covetousness, all were considered potential pathways to eternal damnation. This pervasive fear instilled a powerful sense of responsibility for one's actions, not just towards oneself, but towards the entire community, as the sins of one could, it was believed, invite divine displeasure upon all. The social interactions in Oakhaven were therefore deeply influenced by this omnipresent awareness of sin and judgment. Oaths were taken with profound gravity as they invoked God as a witness, and breaking one was not merely a breach of trust, but a direct offense against the divine. Gossip, while a constant feature of any community, carried an extra layer of weight when it concerned moral failings, as reporting such transgressions could be construed as a form of spiritual duty, albeit a precarious one. The pursuit of righteousness was not a passive state, but an active, ongoing endeavor, demanding constant vigilance and frequent recourse to the church's ministrations. The physical environment itself seemed to reinforce this spiritual consciousness. The imposing presence of the cathedral, with its soaring spires and bell towers, served as a constant visual and auditory reminder of God's power and the community's subservience. The bells, marking the hours of prayer and the significant moments of the liturgical calendar, acted as sonic signposts, guiding the faithful through their day and reminding them of their spiritual obligations. Even the artwork within the church, often depicting scenes of divine judgment, the torments of hell, and the triumphs of saints, served as a visual catechism, reinforcing the moral and theological framework of their lives. This intricate interplay of faith, fear, and social pressure created a society where guilt was not merely an emotional state, but a fundamental aspect of individual and collective identity. It was a force that shaped decisions, dictated behavior, and necessitated a robust system for addressing and expiating sin. The very fabric of medieval life was thus deeply imbued with the consciousness of spiritual imperfection, a condition that made the development of elaborate and often tangible forms of penance not an anomaly, but an inevitable and essential response to the profound anxieties that gripped the medieval soul. The shadow of damnation was not a metaphor, it was a tangible presence that shaped their world, making the pursuit of atonement a central, life defining occupation. The air in Oakhaven, a town nestled comfortably in the rolling green heart of the land, was thick with the scent of wood smoke, damp earth, and the ever present aroma of livestock. Yet by the year 1300, another, less pleasant odor had begun to permeate the collective consciousness, the pervasive, almost palpable scent of sin. It was a scent that clung to the soul like grave dirt, a constant reminder of humanity's inherent fallen state. In this era, guilt was not a fleeting emotion, a momentary pang of conscience easily dismissed. It was a tangible, all-consuming force that dictated the rhythm of life, the tenor of social interactions, and the very definition of individual identity. The shadow of damnation was as real as the rough-spun wool of their tunics, a constant companion born from a deep-seated fear of divine judgment and an ever present awareness of spiritual imperfection. The medieval worldview operated on a fundamental principle. The material world was but a reflection, often a flawed one, of the eternal spiritual realm. This meant that a sin was not merely a transgression of a rule, it was a corruption of the soul, a spiritual wound that could fester and spread, affecting not only the individual, but also the entire community. The doctrine of original sin, inherited from Adam and Eve, meant that every soul was born tainted, inherently predisposed to wrongdoing. This inherent imperfection was a constant source of anxiety, a knowledge that man was born to toil and sin. Life, therefore, was perceived as a perpetual struggle against one's own corrupt nature, a battle waged not in abstract philosophical debates, but in the very act of living, in every decision made, every word spoken, every thought entertained. The fear of divine judgment was not a distant threat to be contemplated in old age. It was an immediate and terrifying reality. Sermons, often delivered with fiery conviction by parish priests, painted vivid and horrifying pictures of hell, complete with eternal flames, gnashing teeth, and the wailing of the damned. These were not metaphorical descriptions, they were considered literal truths, the inevitable destination for those who failed to live a righteous life or who died unabsolutely. This omnipresent dread fostered a profound sense of accountability. Every sin, no matter how minor it might seem by modern standards, a whispered lie, a moment of covetousness, a flicker of anger, was viewed with immense seriousness, as each was a potential step towards eternal damnation. This deep seated awareness of spiritual imperfection permeated the social fabric of Oakhaven. It fostered a communal sense of responsibility. The sins of one individual were not seen as solely their own concern, but as a potential source of divine displeasure for the entire community. This meant that social norms were strictly enforced, and any deviation from the prescribed path was met with swift and often severe condemnation. Oaths were taken with absolute solemnity, for invoking God as a witness meant that any breach was an offense against the divine itself. Gossip, while an ever present social lubricant, often served the function of enforcing moral standards, with reports of transgressions being viewed by some as a form of spiritual duty, a means of protecting the community from collective punishment. The very landscape of Oakhaven seemed to underscore this spiritual consciousness. The towering cathedral, a magnificent testament to both faith and human endeavor, dominated the skyline. Its soaring arches and intricate stained glass windows, depicting scenes of saints, martyrs, and the terrifying visage of the Last Judgment, served as a constant visual reminder of God's power and the precariousness of the human soul. The tolling of the church bells marked the hours, not just for the day's labor, but for prayer, confession, and reflection, acting as sonic signposts in the journey toward salvation. Even the simplest acts, from tilling the soil to weaving cloth, were often accompanied by prayers for divine favor, lest the work itself be tainted by pride or sloth. The psychological impact of this worldview was profound. It bred a deep humility, a constant recognition of one's utter dependence on divine mercy. It also created a fertile ground for anxiety, a persistent worry about the state of one's soul and the ever-present possibility of failing to meet God's exacting standards. This anxiety, however, was not a cause for despair, but rather a powerful motivator for seeking atonement. The elaborate systems of penance that would develop were, in essence, the mechanisms by which medieval society managed this pervasive guilt, transforming a potentially paralyzing fear into a structured, albeit often harsh, pathway to absolution. The shadow of the soul, in Oakhaven and across Christendom, was a potent force, shaping the very essence of what it meant to be alive in the Middle Ages, and making the need for tangible forms of expiation an undeniable reality. The foundation was thus laid, a spiritual landscape where guilt was a currency, and the mechanisms for its repayment were about to become astonishingly elaborate. The weight of guilt, as we have established, was a tangible force in the medieval world, a constant companion to every soul. But how was this burden managed? How did a society so acutely aware of its spiritual imperfections seek solace and reconciliation? The answer lies, in large part, in the sacrosanct ritual of confession and the pivotal role played by the clergy, those earthly intermediaries between man and God. The confession box, a humble structure of wood and shadow within the hushed sanctity of the church, was the gateway through which the torrent of confessed sins flowed, eventually reaching the ears of priests, abbots, and bishops, who then acted as arbiters of spiritual justice. The sacrament of penance, in its nascent forms, was a more straightforward affair. It often involved a public acknowledgement of sin, a period of prescribed fasting or prayer, and a general absolution. However, as the centuries progressed and theological understanding deepened, penance evolved into a far more intricate system. It transformed from a simple act of contrition, a heartfelt apology to the divine, into a complex codified mechanism for assigning punishments, often tailored with remarkable and sometimes alarming precision to the specific transgressions of the penitent. This evolution was not a sudden leap, but a gradual organic growth, fueled by the Church's desire to provide a structured framework for spiritual order and to ensure that the consequences of sin were, as far as possible, made tangible and understood. The parish priest, Father Michael in Oakhaven, or his brethren in villages and towns across Christendom, occupied a position of immense authority. They were the custodians of divine secrets, the gatekeepers of salvation. When a penitent knelt before them, shielded by the lattice work of the confessional, they were not merely confessing to a fellow human, they were, in a very real sense, confessing to God Himself, with the priest acting as his earthly representative. The sins whispered into the darkness of the confessional were then evaluated, weighed, and crucially judged. This judgment was not arbitrary. It was informed by a growing body of theological literature, penitentials, and the accumulated wisdom of generations of confessors. Consider the abbot of St. Augustine's monastery, a man named Benedictus, whose scriptorium, usually a place of quiet contemplation and diligent transcription, now often resembled a hub of meticulous, almost judicial, activity. The abbot, a man of severe countenance, but a mind as sharp as the quills he wielded, would sit at his heavy oak desk, illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps. Before him lay parchments, meticulously detailing the transgressions of the faithful from the surrounding villages. These were not simply vague accusations of sinning. They were specific instances of theft, fornication, slander, gluttony, pride, and a myriad of other offenses, categorized and cross-referenced according to the weight and nature of the sin. The abbot's task was to prescribe the penance. This was where the creativity, and sometimes the rather dark humor, of the clergy came into play. while a simple act of contrition might suffice for a minor infraction. A fleeting covetous glance, a minor untruth, more serious sins demanded more substantial remedies. These remedies were designed to serve several purposes: to demonstrate the penitent's genuine remorse, to expiate the guilt associated with the sin, and importantly, to serve as a deterrent for future transgressions, both for the individual and for the community. The penitentials, handbooks for confessors, offered a bewildering array of penances for stealing a loaf of bread, perhaps a week of simple fare, and reciting 50 psalms. But for a more significant theft, or for a habitual offender, the penance could be far more severe. Imagine a farmer who had been caught poaching deer from the Lord's forest, a grave offense carrying both secular and spiritual penalties. The parish priest might instruct him to undertake a pilgrimage to a distant shrine, walking the entire way, subsisting on alms, and praying a designated number of Hail Marys at each milepost. The abbot, however, might consider this too lenient. He might decree that for 3 years the farmer must abstain from meat on all Wednesdays and Fridays, and additionally, on the anniversary of his crime, he must publicly kneel in the village square, confessing his sin to the assembled congregation. The devising of these penances was an art form, a delicate balancing act between divine mercy and divine justice. The clergy had to consider the nature of the sin, the status of the sinner. A noble might receive a different penance than a serf, the sinner's age and health, and the potential for the penance to cause undue hardship or conversely to be easily circumvented. Sometimes the penances were remarkably specific and imaginative. A woman who had been found guilty of excessive vanity, spending too much time adorning herself, might be instructed to wear a rough, uncomfortable hair shirt beneath her fine gowns for a month, or perhaps to spend an hour each day tending to the sick and infirm, turning her attention from her own outward appearance to the needs of others. Abbot Benedictus, poring over his ledgers in the scriptorium, would sometimes pause, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He was a man deeply invested in the spiritual welfare of his flock, but he was also a product of his time, a time when the abstract concept of sin was inextricably linked to the tangible world. For a sin of pride, perhaps he would order the penitent to undertake a period of voluntary servitude to a lower ranking member of the community, a forced exercise in humility. For slander, which was particularly abhorrent, as it damaged the very fabric of communal trust, the penance might involve a period of silence or perhaps a public apology delivered with heartfelt sincerity. There were instances where the penances were so onerous that they were effectively impossible for the average person to fulfill within a reasonable time frame. This led to the development of commutation. The Church, recognizing that some penances might be unduly burdensome, or that a penitent might have the means to contribute to the Church's work, allowed for these penances to be commuted into other forms of service or payment. This might involve a donation to the Church, the funding of a new stained glass window, or the contribution of labor to a building project. While this practice, the precursor to the controversial sale of indulgences, was often justified as a way to ensure that all souls, regardless of their earthly means, could find a path to absolution, it also opened the door to criticism and eventually to significant reform. The confession itself was a ritual of profound psychological importance. The act of articulating one's sins, of laying bare the hidden parts of oneself to another, was an inherently cathartic experience. It required vulnerability, honesty, and a willingness to confront one's own failings. The priest, seated in the confessional, was not merely an administrator of punishment. He was a counselor, a guide, and when absolution was granted, a dispenser of divine forgiveness. His role was to listen without judgment, to offer counsel, and to ensure that the penance prescribed was appropriate and effective. One can almost picture Abbot Benedictus as he meticulously reviewed the list of offenses brought to him by his priests. A farmer accused of neglecting his tithes, a merchant caught in a lie during a transaction, a young woman who had succumbed to temptation and engaged in premarital intimacy. For the farmer, perhaps a period of giving extra produce from his harvest to the monastery. For the merchant, a public acknowledgement of his deceit in the marketplace, followed by a period of performing acts of charity towards the poor. For the young woman, the penance might be more stringent, involving increased prayer, fasting, and perhaps a period of service within the convent walls, far from the temptations that had led her astray. The abbot's contemplation of these punishments was not a cold, detached exercise. He understood, perhaps more acutely than most, the deep-seated anxieties that drove these transgressions. He knew the pressures of poverty, the lure of desire, the sting of social injustice, and the ever-present fear of divine retribution. His task was to channel these anxieties into a constructive rather than destructive path with six. He sought to create a system where sin was acknowledged, accounted for, and ultimately forgiven, thereby restoring the penitent to the spiritual good graces of God and the community. The confessional was thus a crucial institution, a nexus where the spiritual and the temporal intersected. It was through this humble wooden box that the abstract concept of sin was translated into tangible acts of penance, administered by a clergy that, while fallible, held the keys to salvation. The meticulous record keeping, the thoughtful contemplation of punishments, and the eventual granting of absolution formed a complex but vital system for managing the pervasive guilt that defined the medieval consciousness. The transition from the private, often silent weight of guilt to a structured, supervised process of confession and penance was a testament to the medieval church's ability to provide order, meaning, and a path toward redemption in a world acutely aware of its own imperfections. This elaborate system, born from a deep understanding of human frailty and a fervent belief in divine justice, was a cornerstone of medieval society, transforming the intangible burden of sin into a series of manageable, albeit often demanding, steps on the road to salvation. The transition from a whispered confession to a prescribed act of atonement was a journey from the inner turmoil of the soul to the visible, often arduous, realities of earthly penance. While the earlier, more public forms of penitence had in many ways given way to the more private confession, the underlying principle of making sin tangible remained. The Church understood that mere internal contrition, however sincere, could be fleeting. It needed external manifestation, a physical demonstration of a soul's struggle to mend its ways and reaffirm its commitment to God's law. This was the genesis of the early, and at times surprisingly inventive, spectrum of penances that would form the bedrock of the sacramental system of penance. These were not yet the elaborate, often negotiated penalties of later centuries. but rather the foundational elements, the raw materials from which a more complex edifice would eventually be built. Imagine, if you will, a humble village church in the crisp dawn light. The last echoes of the matins bell have faded, leaving behind a hushed reverence. Dust motes dance in the slivers of sunlight that pierce the narrow windows, illuminating the worn flagstones and the rough-hewn wooden benches. Here, after the communal prayer, a farmer, his face etched with a mixture of shame and a nascent hope, kneels before the parish priest. The priest, a man named Father Alaric, his cassock smelling faintly of incense and damp wool, speaks in a voice that is both gentle and firm. He has just heard the farmer's confession of a grievous slight against his neighbor, a dispute over land boundaries that escalated into harsh words, threats, and a lingering animosity that had poisoned the small community. Thomas, Father Alaric begins, his gaze steady. Your contrition is evident, and the Lord hears the sincerity in your heart. But as we have discussed, true repentance requires more than words. It requires action, an act of humility to set right what has been wronged, and a tangible commitment to live in peace. He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. For the harsh words and the ill will you have fostered, you will wear the tunica poenitentiae for the next 3 Sundays. You will make it yourself, from sackcloth, coarse and unyielding. You will wear it beneath your tunic, unseen by all but God, a constant reminder against uttering harsh words again. And in the marketplace, after Vespers on the Lord's Day, you will publicly acknowledge your fault before the villagers and offer a gesture of peace to your neighbor, John. This was the essence of early penance, practical, communal, and designed to instill a visceral understanding of one's offense. The sackcloth tunic, a rough garment that would chafe the skin, was a physical manifestation of Elias's shame and his resolve to control his temper. It was a silent sermon, a visible sign of an inner battle being fought. The public acknowledgement, while perhaps embarrassing, was a vital step in restoring harmony to the community. It was not about prolonged public humiliation in the stocks, but a measured, honest admission of fault, a prerequisite for reconciliation. The act of offering peace, perhaps a shared cup of ale, a handshake, or even a simple offering of bread, was the tangible bridge built across the chasm of their dispute. Beyond the personal garment of repentance, other forms of penance emerged, each designed to address different facets of sin and to impress upon the penitent the gravity of their transgressions. For sins of gluttony or excessive drinking, a period of strict dietary restriction was common. This might involve abstaining from meat for a certain number of days each week, or forgoing wine in favor of water. Such a penance was not merely about physical discomfort. It was about reasserting control over one's appetites, about demonstrating that the body was to be governed by the spirit, not the other way around. The simple act of denying oneself a favorite food or drink became a powerful lesson in self-mastery. Consider the case of Agnes, a weaver who confessed to Father Alaric a lapse in her devotion, a period where she had allowed her thoughts to wander to frivolous matters during Mass, her mind instead occupied with the latest gossip or the quality of her neighbor's embroidery. Her penance was prescribed not as a public spectacle, but as a quiet, yet demanding duty. For a fortnight, she was to rise an hour before dawn each morning, not to weave, but to kneel in prayer by her bedside, reciting the Paternoster and the Ave Maria until she felt a genuine sense of contrition. Furthermore, she was tasked with mending the worn altar cloths in the church. Her skilled hands, usually employed for profit, now dedicated to the sacred service of God's house. This was a penance that combined spiritual discipline with tangible labor, a testament to her renewed commitment to her faith. The element of physical exertion also played a significant role. For sins that involved sloth or idleness, a penance might involve a period of undertaking arduous tasks within the community. This could be helping to dig drainage ditches, assisting the elderly with their chores, or contributing labor to the upkeep of the church. These were not punishments designed to inflict pain for pain's sake, but rather to counter the very sin they addressed by demanding physical effort and contributing to the common good. It was a way of channeling unproductive energy into productive and spiritual outcomes. For instance, a young man named William, who had confessed to shirking his duties in the fields, preferring to spend his days lounging by the river, was instructed by Father Alaric to spend 2 full days a week for a month assisting the village miller. This involved the back-breaking work of carrying sacks of grain, maintaining the millstones, and ensuring the smooth operation of the water wheel. It was a penance that required strength, endurance, and a significant expenditure of physical energy, directly counteracting his previous idleness and reminding him of the value of honest labor. The weary muscles and aching back were a tangible reminder of his renewed commitment to his responsibilities. These early penances, while seemingly less severe than some of the more elaborate practices that would emerge, were deeply ingrained in the medieval understanding of sin and redemption. They recognized that sin was not merely an abstract offense against God, but a disruption of the natural order, a stain on the soul that required tangible cleansing. The priest, as the confessor and dispenser of penance, acted as a spiritual physician, prescribing remedies tailored to the ailment. His role was crucial in assessing the sincerity of the penitent and assigning a penance that was both restorative and demonstrative. The focus on humility was paramount. Many penances involved acts that would deliberately place the penitent in a less exalted position, forcing them to confront their pride and recognize their dependence on both God and their community. This could manifest in ways as simple as eating only plain bread and water for a specified period, or as complex as undertaking a short local pilgrimage to a nearby shrine on foot, barefoot if the season allowed. Such journeys, even if not to distant holy sites, served to humble the spirit, to foster a sense of dependence on divine providence, and to offer an opportunity for constant prayer and reflection along the way. Consider a shoemaker named Robert, who had been caught in a lie during a business transaction, inflating the price of his wares to an unsuspecting traveler. His confession to Father Alaric was accompanied by a deep shame. His penance was multifaceted. He was to spend 3 market days standing by the village cross, holding a sign that plainly stated, "I have been false in my dealings." This was a direct public declaration of his transgression, a potent visual reminder to others, and a significant social embarrassment for Robert. Additionally, he was to donate a portion of his earnings from the next month to the poor of the village, a tangible act of restitution that aimed to offset the ill-gotten gains from his deceit. Finally, for a period of a month, he was to wear a small, rough leather patch sewn onto the cuff of his apron, a subtle but constant tactile reminder of his vow of honesty. These early penances established a crucial principle that the spiritual journey of atonement was inextricably linked to the physical and social world. They were not mere symbolic gestures, but acts intended to reshape the penitent's character and their place within the community. The priest, in his role as confessor, was not simply issuing a sentence. He was guiding a process of spiritual reorientation, using the tangible realities of daily life to forge a path back to grace. The sackcloth, the simple fare, the arduous labor, the public acknowledgement, these were the initial brushstrokes on a canvas that would later be filled with increasingly intricate and varied forms of penance, all stemming from this fundamental understanding of sin's tangible impact and the necessity of visible acts of contrition. The foundations were being laid for a system that would shape the spiritual lives of millions, a system that recognized that to heal the soul, one often had to engage the body and the community in the process of making amends. The transition from a whispered confession to a prescribed act of atonement was a journey from the inner turmoil of the soul to the visible, often arduous, realities of earthly penance. While the earlier, more public forms of penitence had in many ways given way to the more private confession, the underlying principle of making sin tangible remained. The Church understood that mere internal contrition, however sincere, could be fleeting. It needed external manifestation, a physical demonstration of a soul's struggle to mend its ways and reaffirm its commitment to God's law. This was the genesis of the early, and at times surprisingly inventive, spectrum of penances that would form the bedrock of the sacramental system of penance. These were not yet the elaborate, often negotiated penalties of later centuries, but rather the foundational elements, the raw materials from which a more complex edifice would eventually be built. Imagine, if you will, a humble village church in the crisp dawn light. The last echoes of the matins bell have faded, leaving behind a hushed reverence. Dust motes dance in the slivers of sunlight that pierce the narrow windows, illuminating the worn flagstones and the rough-hewn wooden benches. Here, after the communal prayer, a farmer, his face etched with a mixture of shame and a nascent hope, kneels before the parish priest. The priest, a man named Father Alaric, his cassock smelling faintly of incense and damp wool, speaks in a voice that is both gentle and firm. He has just heard the farmer's confession of a grievous slight against his neighbor, a dispute over land boundaries that escalated into harsh words, threats, and a lingering animosity that had poisoned the small community. Thomas, Father Alaric begins, his gaze steady. Your contrition is evident, and the Lord hears the sincerity in your heart. But as we have discussed, true repentance requires more than words. It requires action, an act of humility to set right what has been wronged, and a tangible commitment to live in peace. He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. For the harsh words and the ill will you have fostered, you will wear the tunica poenitentiae for the next 3 Sundays. You will make it yourself from sackcloth, coarse and unyielding. You will wear it beneath your tunic, unseen by all but God, a constant reminder against uttering harsh words again. And in the marketplace, after Vespers on the Lord's Day, you will publicly acknowledge your fault before the villagers and offer a gesture of peace to your neighbor John. This was the essence of early penance, practical, communal, and designed to instill a visceral understanding of one's offense. The sackcloth tunic, a rough garment that would chafe the skin, was a physical manifestation of Thomas's shame and his resolve to control his temper. It was a silent sermon, a visible sign of an inner battle being fought. The public acknowledgement, while perhaps embarrassing, was a vital step in restoring harmony to the community. It was not about prolonged public humiliation in the stocks, but a measured, honest admission of fault, a prerequisite for reconciliation. The act of offering peace, perhaps a shared cup of ale, a handshake, or even a simple offering of bread, was the tangible bridge built across the chasm of their dispute. Beyond the personal garment of repentance, other forms of penance emerged, each designed to address different facets of sin and to impress upon the penitent the gravity of their transgressions. For sins of gluttony or excessive drinking, a period of strict dietary restriction was common. This might involve abstaining from meat for a certain number of days each week, or forgoing wine in favor of water. Such a penance was not merely about physical discomfort, it was about reasserting control over one's appetites, about demonstrating that the body was to be governed by the spirit, not the other way around. The simple act of denying oneself a favorite food or drink became a powerful lesson in self mastery. Consider the case of Agnes, a weaver who confessed to Father Alaric a lapse in her devotion, a period where she had allowed her thoughts to wander to frivolous matters during Mass, her mind instead occupied with the latest gossip or the quality of her neighbor's embroidery. Her penance was prescribed not as a public spectacle, but as a quiet yet demanding duty. For a fortnight, she was to rise an hour before dawn each morning, not to weave, but to kneel in prayer by her bedside, reciting the Pater Noster and the Ave Maria until she felt a genuine sense of contrition. Furthermore, she was tasked with mending the worn altar cloths in the church, her skilled hands, usually employed for profit, now dedicated to the sacred service of God's house. This was a penance that combined spiritual discipline with tangible labor, a testament to her renewed commitment to her faith. The element of physical exertion also played a significant role. For sins that involved sloth or idleness, a penance might involve a period of undertaking arduous tasks within the community. This could be helping to dig drainage ditches, assisting the elderly with their chores, or contributing labor to the upkeep of the church. These were not punishments designed to inflict pain for pain's sake, but rather to counter the very sin they addressed by demanding physical effort and contributing to the common good. It was a way of channeling unproductive energy into productive and spiritual outcomes. For instance, a young man named William, who had confessed to shirking his duties in the fields, preferring to spend his days lounging by the river, was instructed by Father Alaric to spend 2 full days a week for a month assisting the village miller. This involved the backbreaking work of carrying sacks of grain, maintaining the millstones, and ensuring the smooth operation of the water wheel. It was a penance that required strength, endurance, and a significant expenditure of physical energy, directly counteracting his previous idleness and reminding him of the value of honest labor. The weary muscles and aching back were a tangible reminder of his renewed commitment to his responsibilities. These early penances, while seemingly less severe than some of the more elaborate practices that would emerge, were deeply ingrained in the medieval understanding of sin and redemption. They recognized that sin was not merely an abstract offense against God, but a disruption of the natural order, a stain on the soul that required a tangible cleansing. The priest, as the confessor and dispenser of penance, acted as a spiritual physician, prescribing remedies tailored to the ailment. His role was crucial in assessing the sincerity of the penitent and assigning a penance that was both restorative and demonstrative. The focus on humility was paramount. Many penances involved acts that would deliberately place the penitent in a less exalted position, forcing them to confront their pride and recognize their dependence on both God and their community. This could manifest in ways as simple as eating only plain bread and water for a specified period, or as complex as undertaking a short local pilgrimage to a nearby shrine on foot, barefoot if the season allowed. Such journeys, even if not to distant holy sites, served to humble the spirit, to foster a sense of dependence on divine providence, and to offer an opportunity for constant prayer and reflection along the way. Consider a shoemaker named Robert who had been caught in a lie during a business transaction, inflating the price of his wares to an unsuspecting traveler. His confession to Father Alaric was accompanied by a deep shame. His penance was multifaceted. He was to spend 3 market days standing by the village cross, holding a sign that plainly stated, "I have been false in my dealings." This was a direct public declaration of his transgression, a potent visual reminder to others, and a significant social embarrassment for Robert. Additionally, he was to donate a portion of his earnings from the next month to the poor of the village, a tangible act of restitution that aimed to offset the ill gotten gains from his deceit. Finally, for a period of a month, he was to wear a small, rough leather patch sewn onto the cuff of his apron, a subtle but constant tactile reminder of his vow of honesty. These early penances established a crucial principle that the spiritual journey of atonement was inextricably linked to the physical and social world. They were not mere symbolic gestures, but acts intended to reshape the penitent's character and their place within the community. The priest, in his role as confessor, was not simply issuing a sentence, he was guiding a process of spiritual reorientation, using the tangible realities of daily life to forge a path back to grace. The sackcloth, the simple fare, the arduous labor, the public acknowledgement. These were the initial brushstrokes on a canvas that would later be filled with increasingly intricate and varied forms of penance, all stemming from this fundamental understanding of sin's tangible impact and the necessity of visible acts of contrition. The foundations were being laid for a system that would shape the spiritual lives of millions, a system that recognized that to heal the soul, one often had to engage the body and the community in the process of making amends. As the centuries progressed, the Church's understanding of penance evolved, becoming more formalized and at times more visually ostentatious. The simple sackcloth tunic, a garment of personal shame and internal reflection, began to be augmented by more public and undeniably embarrassing markers of penitential status. These were not merely aids to memory, they were designed as deliberate visual statements, transforming the private burden of sin into a public spectacle, a walking billboard of spiritual transgression and ongoing atonement. The idea was that sin, once confessed and to some extent absolved, still carried a social and spiritual debt, a stain that needed to be publicly acknowledged and visibly worked through. Consider the case of Ilara, a baker's wife from a bustling market town, whose confession to Father Michael, a more stern and worldly priest than the kindly Father Alaric of our earlier acquaintance, revealed a pattern of avarice and sharp dealing in her husband's business. Not only had she participated in the deceit, but her greed had driven it. Father Michael, a man who believed firmly in the power of public shame to deter sin and to educate the flock, prescribed a penance that was both visible and deeply mortifying. Alara was not to wear sackcloth, but rather a garment specifically designated for penitence, a tunic of coarse, undyed wool that was to be worn over her usual clothing for the duration of her penance. But more striking was the cap she was required to wear. This was no ordinary head covering. Fashioned from thick, matted wool, it was designed to resemble a donkey's ears, stiff and awkward, and embroidered with small, stylized images of coins, subtly hinting at the nature of her sin. The shame hat, as it was colloquially known, was a potent symbol of foolishness, stubbornness, and her greed. The parish beadle, a burly man named Gareth, whose job it was to maintain order and to ensure that penitents fulfilled their obligations, would often be tasked with fitting these insignia of shame. He would present Alara with the cap, its coarse texture rough against her fingers, the needlework of the coins a stark and embarrassing emblem of her failings. The act of donning this cap was not a private ritual. It was done in the open, perhaps in the church vestry, or even just outside the church doors, under the watchful and often judgmental eyes of those who gathered for morning prayers. Ilara's walk from her home to the church and later to the market square became a gauntlet of whispers and stares. The cap was not hidden, it was meant to be seen, to be recognized. Its very design was intended to communicate her status as a sinner, a penitent, and by extension, a warning to others. The visual communication of sin was a powerful tool in the medieval church's arsenal. It was a constant reminder that while God might forgive, the community also bore witness to the struggle for spiritual purity. These garments and objects were not merely punitive, they served an educational purpose. By singling out individuals, the church aimed to make the abstract concept of sin tangible and its consequences observable. The shame hat was a visual sermon, preaching about the dangers of avarice and deceit to everyone who saw it. It was a way of reinforcing social norms and religious doctrines through the public display of their violation and subsequent atonement. The shame hat, or similar devices like distinctive colored patches sewn onto clothing, or even specially designed cloaks, were highly effective because they created an immediate and undeniable visual marker. They stripped away the anonymity of sin, forcing the penitent into the public eye. Imagine a tradesman, perhaps a carpenter, who had been found guilty of shortchanging his customers, not just wearing a rough tunic, but also a wooden pendant carved in the shape of a broken plumb line hung around his neck. This object was not just a symbol, it was a constant, tangible reminder of his dishonesty and a clear signal to everyone he encountered that he was under the church's discipline. The weight of the wood, the scraping against his chest, the inevitable questions and pointed glances, these were all part of the prescribed penance. The shame hat, in particular, was a curious and often cruel invention. Its purpose was to make the wearer appear ridiculous, to associate their sin with a sense of folly. The donkey, A creature often depicted as stubborn and unintelligent provided a potent visual metaphor. Alara's pointed ears, fabricated from wool, made her stand out, drawing attention to her head, the seat of thought, and in this case, the perceived source of her sinful machinations. The embroidered coins were more direct, a blunt accusation woven into the fabric of her shame. This was penance as public theater, where the sinner was cast as a character whose transgression was writ large for all to see and judge. The social implications of such public displays were profound. While intended to foster humility and to encourage a return to the straight and narrow path, they could also lead to ostracization and a deep sense of degradation. A penitent marked with a shame hat or a symbolic pendant was not simply being corrected, they were being marked. This marking could extend beyond the period of their prescribed penance, leaving a social stigma that was difficult to erase. The whispers in the market, the averted glances, the reluctance to engage in business, these were the silent yet powerful consequences of being publicly identified as a sinner. The narrative of Alara's penance would likely continue, with her navigating the bustling marketplace. Children might point and giggle, their innocent curiosity unburdened by the social intricacies of sin and penance. Adults, however, would likely react with a mixture of sympathy and a grim satisfaction that it was not they who were wearing the donkey's ears. Ilar would feel the prick of each glance, the imagined scorn behind each averted gaze. Her shame would be a physical weight, amplified by the crude artistry of her headwear. When she entered the church, she would likely be directed to a specific area, a penance stool, or a designated spot near the entrance, where she could be seen by all, a living testament to the church's power to discipline and reform. The act of weaving the symbols of sin onto the penitent's garment or object was often performed by the parish beadle or sometimes by specific women appointed for this task, often those with a reputation for piety and skill in needlework. These were not acts of malice, but rather of dutiful adherence to the priest's directive. The beadle, Gareth, might present Alara with the completed cap, its wool thick and scratchy, the needlework of the coins crudely rendered, but unmistakably clear. Father Michael's orders, Mistress Alara, he might say, his tone devoid of judgment, but firm in its execution. May it serve as a reminder, and may your heart find true amendment. The act of fitting the cap was a symbolic moment, the tangible imposition of shame, and the public declaration of her penitential status. This visual branding of sin was not unique to headwear. Certain sins might necessitate wearing a belt made of rough, unpolished leather, or carrying a small, leaden weight that would constantly remind the penitent of the burden of their transgression. For sins of impurity, perhaps a tunic with crudely drawn images of animals known for their lust, such as rabbits or goats, might be embroidered onto the hem. The specificity was key. The more directly the symbolic clothing reflected the nature of the sin, the more potent its penitential effect was intended to be. The goal was to make the sin visible, to strip away any pretense of normalcy, and to impose a tangible, embarrassing reality onto the penitent's life. The impact of these visual markers was amplified by their context. In a society where visual literacy was not widespread, and where complex theological doctrines were often inaccessible to the common person, these overt symbols provided a clear and immediate understanding of sin and its consequences. They were part of the visual language of medieval life, a language spoken not just by priests in sermons, but by the very garments worn by members of the community. A man or woman adorned with the unmistakable signs of penance was a walking lesson for everyone else, a constant reminder of the divine order and the penalties for transgressing it. The shame hat, the symbolic pendant, the patched tunic. These were the visual punctuation marks in the ongoing narrative of sin and salvation. Moreover, these garments were not necessarily intended to be worn for a lifetime, but for a specified period, often several months or even years, depending on the gravity of the sin. The eventual removal of the shame hat, the return to ordinary clothing, marked a significant moment in the penitent's journey. The reintegration into the community, the symbolic shedding of the outward marks of sin, and the hope for a renewed standing in the eyes of God and their neighbors. However, the memory of the shame hat, the whispers it had engendered, and the lessons it had taught would likely linger, a subtle but persistent reminder of the weight of guilt and the arduous path of repentance. The penitent's wardrobe, in its most visible and symbolic forms, served as a stark testament to the tangible nature of sin and the Church's innovative and often deeply personal methods of ensuring that its consequences were never forgotten. The monastic world, often perceived as a bastion of serene contemplation and ordered devotion, also harbored a fervent undercurrent where penance could indeed morph into something akin to an extreme sport. For some devout souls, ensconced within the cloistered walls, the prescribed acts of atonement, particularly those involving physical mortification, were not merely duties to be performed, but gauntlets to be thrown down, tests of spiritual mettle designed to push the boundaries of human endurance and divine favor. These were monks who sought not just absolution, but a profound, almost ecstatic communion with Christ through the shared experience of suffering, a willingness to embrace pain as the most potent pathway to spiritual purity. Within the stark confines of a monastic dormitory, where the air hung cool and still, and the only illumination came from the faint glow of a solitary oil lamp, a scene might unfold that spoke volumes of this extreme piety. Picture a young monk, perhaps Brother Silas, his face illuminated by the flickering light, his eyes burning with an almost unholy fervor. He was preparing for the night's discipline, not with a sense of dread, but with a palpable anticipation. Around him lay his fellow brethren, some already asleep, their breathing soft and even, others restless in the dim light, perhaps contemplating their own nightly devotions. But Silas was different. He saw the disciplina, the common practice of self-flagellation with a knotted cord or a leather strap, not as a penance to be endured, but as a contest of will, a dare against the flesh and against the very limits of his own capacity for suffering. The act itself was intended to be a visceral reminder of Christ's passion. The sting of the knotted cords against bare skin, the rhythmic descent and ascent of the whip, the inevitable drawing of blood, these were all meant to draw the monk closer to the suffering of the Savior. Yet for men like Silas, this was not enough. They would prolong the ordeal, increasing the number of lashes, the intensity of the strokes, pushing themselves beyond the prescribed limits in a silent, often desperate competition for spiritual merit. It was a dangerous dance on the precipice of spiritual pride, a perversion of humility where suffering became a badge of honor, a quantifiable measure of one's devotion. The chronicles of some monastic orders, though often discreet, hint at such excesses. Tales circulated, whispered in hushed tones, of monks who would remain standing in the frigid night air, soaked in icy water, long after the prescribed hour of prayer had passed, their bodies numb and trembling. Others might undertake extended periods of fasting, not just abstaining from food, but from sleep, their eyes bloodshot, their bodies gaunt, their minds often teetering on the edge of delirium, all in the pursuit of a more profound, perhaps even hallucinatory, encounter with the divine. This was penance as an endurance trial, a monastic marathon where the finish line was perceived to be spiritual transcendence. The motivation behind such extreme practices was multifaceted. For some, it was a profound yearning to experience Christ's suffering directly, to feel in their own flesh the pain he endured for humanity. This was not a mere intellectual exercise, it was a desire for embodied theology, a belief that through shared suffering they could achieve a deeper, more authentic union with the divine. The physical agony became a bridge, a tangible connection to the sacred. For others, it was a reaction against the perceived softness or worldliness that they saw creeping into some monastic communities. In a world increasingly driven by material gain and worldly comforts, these monks sought to reclaim a perceived lost austerity, to demonstrate an unwavering commitment to the ascetic ideal. Consider the scenario within a Benedictine monastery, renowned for its strict adherence to the rule of Saint Benedict. The disciplina was a regular communal practice, usually performed in the chapter house after Compline. The abbot or his designated representative would hold the scourge, and each monk, in turn, would approach, bare their back, and receive a set number of lashes. The sound of the whips cracking would echo through the stone corridors, a somber soundtrack to the monastic life. But imagine a particular night. Brother Elias, a young monk known for his zealous piety and his fervent desire to emulate the Desert Fathers, felt the prescribed number of strokes was insufficient. As he approached the abbot, he subtly adjusted his stance, presenting a broader target, and as the whip descended, he held his breath, not in anticipation of pain, but in a silent challenge to his own endurance. He would count each lash, mentally adding to the total, his sinews tensing, his mind fixed on surpassing his brethren, on earning a spiritual victory through sheer physical fortitude. This competitive element was a subtle yet insidious aspect of such extreme penances. While outward displays of pride were strictly forbidden, an internal competition could easily fester. The monk who could endure the most pain, who could remain most stoic under duress, who could demonstrably mortify his flesh with greater fervor, might in his own mind earn a higher spiritual standing. It was a precarious tightrope walk between genuine asceticism and a subtle form of spiritual hubris, where the pursuit of holiness could paradoxically become entangled with self-aggrandizement. The physical suffering, intended to cleanse the soul of sin, could inadvertently become a source of pride, a testament to one's own perceived strength and devotion. The communal aspect of penance within monasteries added another layer to this dynamic. The shared experience of the disciplina, the communal fasting, the shared vigils, these were all designed to foster unity and to reinforce the shared commitment to God. However, in the context of extreme penance, this communal element could also foster an environment where such excesses were, if not encouraged, then at least tacitly accepted. Monks might observe the extraordinary efforts of their brethren and feel a silent pressure to match or exceed them. A monk who visibly suffered more might be seen as more devout, more dedicated, thus setting a dangerous precedent. Furthermore, the monastic environment itself, with its emphasis on detachment from the world, its rigorous schedules, and its often sparse and unadorned surroundings, could for some create a fertile ground for such extreme practices. The sublimation of worldly desires and the constant focus on the spiritual realm could, in susceptible individuals, lead to an amplification of internal struggles. The physical body, stripped of its worldly comforts and distractions, could become the sole arena for the performance of piety. Without the usual checks and balances of secular life, the pursuit of spiritual perfection could, in rare cases, veer into self destructive territory. The historical record, though often veiled in the language of religious devotion, offers glimpses into these more extreme manifestations. The lives of certain hermits and ascetics, often revered for their extraordinary piety, sometimes detail periods of intense self mortification that push the boundaries of human endurance. While these were often solitary figures, their practices could influence the more fervent members of monastic communities, inspiring them to emulate their extreme disciplines. The image of these ascetics, voluntarily embracing hardship and pain in pursuit of divine communion, served as a powerful, albeit challenging model for those seeking a more profound spiritual experience. The motivation for such extreme penance was also deeply rooted in the medieval understanding of sin. Sin was seen not just as a moral failing, but as a wound that needed to be healed, a debt that needed to be repaid. For those who felt the weight of their sins particularly heavily, or who felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in their spiritual journey, extreme penance offered a perceived shortcut to absolution. The more intense the suffering, the greater the perceived atonement. It was a belief that one could, through sheer force of will and physical endurance, offer a powerful expiation for one's transgressions, thereby earning God's favor more swiftly. Imagine Brother Thomas, a monk who had committed a transgression of pride early in his monastic life, a subtle act of envy towards a more learned brother. The memory of this sin festered, gnawing at his conscience. He saw the nightly disciplina as his opportunity to purge this lingering guilt. He would not simply accept the prescribed number of lashes, he would take the whip, its rough cords already slick with sweat and the blood of others, and begin to strike his own back with an almost furious intensity. Each blow was a prayer, each welt a testament to his remorse, each drop of blood a small offering to appease the divine justice he felt he had offended. His brethren would hear the frantic rhythm of his self-flagellation, distinct from the more measured strokes of others, and they would know that Brother Thomas was engaged in his own private, fervent battle. This internal wrestling match could become all-consuming. The focus would shift from the true purpose of penance, reconciliation with God, and the cultivation of virtue, to the performance of suffering itself. The physical pain, in its intensity, could paradoxically offer a sense of relief from the gnawing anxiety of guilt. By inflicting pain upon himself, the monk could feel that he was actively doing something about his sin, taking control of his spiritual destiny, rather than passively relying on God's mercy alone. It was a form of spiritual activism where the monk became the agent of his own penance, pushing his body to its limits in a bid for absolution. The psychological dimension of such practices cannot be overstated. In the structured, often monotonous existence of monastic life, extreme penance could offer an escape from the mundane, a surge of adrenaline, a heightened sense of awareness, and a feeling of profound spiritual engagement. The physical pain could serve to distract from other anxieties or emotional discomforts, offering a singular focus for the monk's attention. The delirium that could result from extreme fasting or sleep deprivation could lead to visions or a sense of mystical union, further reinforcing the belief in the efficacy of these extreme measures. However, this pursuit of spiritual transcendence through physical suffering carried inherent risks. The constant self infliction of pain could lead to physical ailments, chronic injuries, and psychological distress. The line between genuine asceticism and self harm could become blurred, and the monastic authorities, while often hesitant to harshly condemn fervent devotion, were sometimes forced to intervene when practices became overtly dangerous or indicative of deep psychological disturbance. Yet, even in such instances, the underlying sentiment of admiration for such extreme piety often tempered any outright condemnation, with the errant monk sometimes being seen as a saintly, if misguided, soul. The monastic ideal was one of self mastery, of bringing the unruly passions of the flesh under the dominion of the spirit. For many, this was achieved through disciplined adherence to the rule, through prayer, study, and moderate fasting. But for a select few, the path to self mastery lay in pushing those passions to their extreme, in confronting the limits of their own endurance, and in seeking a catharsis through suffering. The disciplina, intended as a tool for regular spiritual discipline, could, in their hands, become a weapon of self annihilation, a desperate attempt to purify the soul by scourging the body. The very austerity of the monastic environment, which was intended to foster detachment from the world and focus on the spiritual, could for some create an internal landscape where the physical body became the primary battleground for spiritual victory. Stripped of worldly distractions, the monk's awareness of his own physical sensations and his capacity for enduring them could become amplified. The simple act of fasting could become an extended deprivation. The regular disciplina could escalate into prolonged bouts of self flagellation. It was a sublimation of worldly desires channeled into an intense focus on the mortification of the flesh, seen as the most direct route to spiritual perfection. Consider the nuanced distinction between a monk who diligently performs the disciplina as prescribed, experiencing a controlled discomfort that serves as a reminder of Christ's suffering and a stimulus for prayer, and another monk who, driven by an inner fervor, prolongs the act, increasing the number of lashes, seeking not just remembrance, but a visceral, almost overwhelming communion with the passion. The latter, while perhaps fueled by genuine piety, treads a perilous path where the external act of penance can become a substitute for the internal work of cultivating humility, charity, and obedience. The suffering intended to be a means to an end risks becoming the end itself, a performance of piety rather than its authentic expression. This drive towards extreme penance was not solely confined to self flagellation. Other practices emerged, equally rigorous and demanding. Some monks might undertake vows of silence that extended far beyond the prescribed periods, choosing to communicate only through gestures or written notes, even in situations where speech was necessary. Others might wear rough, hair shirt undergarments made of coarse animal hair, not just for the prescribed periods, but continuously, enduring the constant chafing and irritation as a perpetual reminder of their sins and their commitment to austerity. There were accounts of monks who would spend hours standing motionless in prayer, even as their limbs grew numb and their bodies ached, their resolve unyielding, their focus solely on the divine. These were acts that, while born of a profound spiritual longing, often pushed the boundaries of what was considered healthy or even permissible. They represented a radical embrace of asceticism, a desire to strip away every vestige of worldly comfort and to live a life of perpetual penance, as if each day were a continuation of the Lenten fast. The monastic ideal was one of mortification of the flesh, but for these individuals, the mortification became an obsession, a consuming pursuit that overshadowed other aspects of monastic life, such as charity, community, and obedience. In the hushed halls of a monastery, where silence was a sacred commodity and self denial a daily practice, such extreme penances could be seen as the ultimate expression of devotion. They were the monk's dare, a personal challenge against the limitations of his own humanity, a fervent prayer offered not in words, but in the language of pain and endurance. It was a testament to the medieval mind's capacity to imbue the physical realm with profound spiritual significance, where the body, through suffering, could become a vessel for divine grace. This pursuit of spiritual extremity was not always an isolated phenomenon. Within communities, a kind of spiritual one upmanship could subtly emerge. The monk who could endure the longest periods of fasting, or who bore the most visible marks of self flagellation, might consciously or unconsciously gain a certain reverence among his brethren. This could be a dangerous dynamic, where genuine piety became intertwined with a desire for recognition, however subtle, and where the external signs of suffering were prioritized over the internal cultivation of virtue. The ideal of humility could be subtly undermined by the very intensity of the penance undertaken to express it. The monastic authorities, while generally encouraging fervent devotion, also had a responsibility to ensure the health and well being of their charges. There were instances where abbots or superiors had to intervene to temper the excesses of their most zealous monks, to remind them that penance was a means to an end, not an end in itself. The goal was spiritual purification and union with God, not self destruction. However, distinguishing between genuine, albeit extreme, piety and potentially harmful self obsession was a delicate task, and the line could often be blurred. The very fervor that was admired could, in its intensity, lead to practices that bordered on the unhealthy, both physically and psychologically. Yet, even with the inherent risks, the allure of such extreme penances persisted. For those who felt the weight of sin most acutely, or who harbored a deep seated yearning for direct communion with the divine, these practices offered a tangible, albeit arduous, path. The stark contrast between the perceived softness of the secular world and the rigorous self denial of the monastic life made these acts of extreme penance particularly potent symbols of unwavering commitment. They were the monk's dare, a silent, often bloody, testament to a faith that demanded everything and a willingness to give it. The worn flagstones of the great cathedral offered little comfort. Each step, or rather each agonizing lurch forward on hands and knees, was a fresh assault on flesh already rubbed raw, the air thick with the scent of incense, and the chill of ancient stone did little to soothe the sting that pulsed from knees and palms alike. This was the path of penance, a tangible embodiment of a soul wrestling with sin, seeking the purifying balm of God's forgiveness. For Thomas, a baker once known for his avarice and his habit of shortchanging his customers, this agonizing crawl was his daily liturgy, a silent, excruciating sermon preached by his own aching body. He remembered the pronouncement, the stern words of the bishop echoing in the town square, branding him a cheat and a liar. His punishment was not the stocks, nor a hefty fine, but this, a public pilgrimage of contrition, a journey to the cathedral, not by cart or on foot as a normal man, but as a groveling penitent. His offense, though seemingly small to some, had struck at the very heart of honest sustenance, a betrayal of trust that had earned him the bishop's severe judgment. Now, weeks into his self-imposed penance within the sacred walls, the initial shame had transmuted into a weary, persistent pain. The cold seeped through his thin breeches, chilling him to the bone, but it was the friction, the ceaseless scraping against the unyielding stone, that truly tormented him. His knees, once calloused from kneeling in prayer or working at his kneading trough, were now a mass of inflamed flesh, weeping and scabbed. He moved with a slow, deliberate rhythm, each movement a conscious act of will, a prayer whispered with gritted teeth. His hands, perpetually clasped in supplication, were equally damaged, the skin split and bleeding, clinging to the cold stone with a desperate grip. He was acutely aware of the eyes upon him, the watchful gaze of canons, the pitying glances of the faithful, the occasional scornful look from those who remembered his transgression. This public humiliation was as integral to his penance as the physical discomfort. He was a spectacle of sin and sorrow, a living testament to the wages of dishonesty. His goal was the altar, a beacon of divine mercy at the far end of the nave. Reaching it each day, however imperfectly, was a small victory, a moment to press his bruised forehead against the cold, smooth marble and whisper his plea for absolution. The distance, perhaps only 100 paces, felt like an epic journey, each yard earned through sheer, grinding persistence. He focused on the intricate patterns of the flagstones, the veins of gray and white in the stone becoming a landscape he navigated with agonizing care. He tried to block out the murmurs of the congregation, the rustle of robes, the distant chanting, to immerse himself in the singular act of his atonement. The practice of crawling, of abasing oneself physically, was not a new invention. It echoed the desperate plea of the publican in Christ's parable, who would not even lift his eyes to heaven, but beat his breast and begged, "God be merciful to me, a sinner." It was a visceral expression of humility, a deliberate shedding of pride and self-importance. For Thomas the baker, it was also a form of self-purification through physical ordeal. He felt, in a strange way, that by punishing his body, by making it suffer, he was somehow cleansing his soul, scrubbing away the ingrained dirt of his dishonesty. Each scrape of his knee against the stone was a brushstroke on the canvas of his contrition, a detail added to the portrait of his repentance. Beyond the spiritual implications, These penances were designed to be deeply public. The humiliation was an intended consequence, a way to deter others from similar transgressions and to demonstrate the church's authority. To see a man, once a respected tradesman, brought so low crawling through the sacred space was a powerful lesson. It underscored the universality of sin and the demanding nature of God's justice. Thomas, in his slow, painful progress, was not just seeking his own redemption, he was serving as a visible warning, a living embodiment of the consequences of straying from the path of righteousness. The stark reality of his penance was a far cry from the comfort of his former life. He envisioned his bakery, the warm scent of yeast and baking bread, the satisfying heft of a perfectly proofed loaf. Those were memories that now brought a pang of shame, a reminder of the abundance he had so carelessly squandered through his dishonesty. He had traded his comfortable existence for this raw, agonizing existence on the floor of God's house. Yet, even amidst the pain, a flicker of hope persisted. He clung to the belief that this suffering was a necessary passage, a crucible through which he would emerge cleaner, forgiven. The cathedral itself seemed to conspire in his penance. The vastness of the space amplified his insignificance, making his crawl appear even more pathetic. The vaulted ceilings soared upwards, seemingly towards the heavens he so desperately wished to re enter, while he remained bound to the earth, his gaze fixed on the dusty floor. The hushed reverence of the worshippers was a stark contrast to the frantic beating of his own heart, the ragged breaths that escaped his lips. He was a solitary figure in a sea of quiet devotion, his internal struggle made manifest in his every agonizing movement. His daily routine was dictated by the rhythm of the cathedral's services. He would arrive before the first Mass, his body stiff and protesting the cold, and begin his crawl. He would pause during prayers, his hands pressed to his bleeding knees, offering silent supplications. He would remain there, a somber presence, until the day's confessions and prayers were concluded, and then, with a weary sigh, he would begin his slow retreat, the same path he had traversed to reach the altar, now demanding its toll once more, as he made his way to a designated corner of the cloister where he was permitted to rest and eat his meager alms. The sheer physical endurance required was immense. Some days, his muscles would seize up, his joints protest so violently that each shift of weight felt like a betrayal. He learned to pace himself, to conserve his strength, to find a rhythm that, while excruciating, was sustainable. He would focus on small goals, reaching the next pillar, completing one full circuit of the choir. These tiny victories kept the overwhelming enormity of his task from crushing his spirit entirely. He was not just crawling for forgiveness, he was crawling for survival, for the strength to continue his penance each day. The stories of other penitents, whispered in the dim corners of the monastic infirmary or shared with fellow sufferers during brief respites, offered both solace and terror. Tales of pilgrims crawling for hundreds of miles, their bodies ravaged by the journey, their faith unwavering, fueled his resolve. But there were also hushed accounts of those who had succumbed, their bodies unable to bear the strain, their spirits broken before their penance was complete. These stories served as a constant reminder of the stakes, of the very real physical toll that such acts of contrition could exact. Thomas understood that his penance was a carefully calibrated instrument of spiritual discipline, designed to break down the old self and rebuild it anew. The physical pain was a catalyst, forcing a confrontation with his own limitations and his dependence on divine grace. It was a deliberate discomfort, an intentional hardship, meant to detach him from the superficial comforts of his past life and to draw him into a deeper, more profound connection with God. The raw, exposed skin of his knees was a metaphor for his soul, stripped bare and vulnerable before the divine gaze. The sheer commitment required for such a penance was extraordinary. It was not a fleeting act of regret, but a sustained daily commitment that demanded every ounce of his physical and mental fortitude. The constant ache, the perpetual discomfort, the public shame, these were not incidental to the penance, but its very essence. They were the fuel that drove his internal transformation, the persistent reminders of the gravity of his offense and the earnestness of his desire for reconciliation. He often found himself envying the ease of those who simply knelt in prayer or those who were assigned simpler tasks of service. But then he would remember the sting of the bishop's words, the cold finality of his condemnation, and the sheer relief that this arduous path offered as an alternative to eternal damnation. His crawl, as painful as it was a choice, a chosen path towards redemption. It was a testament to the medieval belief that suffering could be redemptive, that through the mortification of the flesh, the spirit could ascend. The contrast between the sacred space and his profane actions was a constant tension. He was a soiled thing moving through a place of ultimate purity. He tried to focus on the sanctity of the altar, on the promise of grace it represented, but the ingrained habit of shame was hard to overcome. He felt like a leper in the temple, his very presence a defilement. Yet the sanctuary offered him a refuge, a place where his suffering was understood, where it was channeled into a purpose that transcended his personal agony. The enduring nature of his penance, month after month, began to etch itself not just onto his skin, but onto his very character. The impatience and avarice that had defined him slowly began to recede, replaced by a profound humility and a newfound appreciation for life's simple necessities. He learned the value of a moment's rest, the comfort of clean linen, the sweetness of a plain meal. These were not the boons of his former life, but the hard-won graces of his penitential journey. The cathedral, once a daunting obstacle, began to feel like a second home, a place of harsh but necessary tutelage. As the weeks bled into months, and his knees, though still scarred, began to adapt, the rhythm of his crawl became almost instinctive. His prayers grew more fervent, his supplications more heartfelt. He began to see the intricate carvings on the pillars, the stained glass windows depicting scenes of biblical suffering and triumph, not as distractions, but as companions on his arduous pilgrimage. He was not alone in his struggle. He was part of a larger narrative of human fallibility and divine mercy. The ultimate goal, of course, was forgiveness, but the journey itself was transforming him. The physical ordeal had stripped away the superficial layers of his former self, leaving behind a core of resilience and a deep well of humility. The path of crawling, the weary path to purity, was a testament to the medieval understanding that the road to spiritual salvation was often paved with literal, undeniable suffering, and that the body, when willingly subjected to pain, could become a powerful instrument of the soul's atonement. The weary farmer, his hands calloused and stained with the earth he worked, found no solace in the shadowed confessionals of stone churches, the stern faces of priests, the weight of their judgment, even the silent judgment of the stained glass saints felt too imposing, too knowing. His sins were small, he felt, not the grand, earth shattering transgressions that might warrant the solemnity of the cathedral's hallowed aisles. Yet they festered nonetheless, small prickles of guilt that grew into an unbearable itch beneath his skin. He needed a confessor, yes, but one who would not understand, who would offer no counsel, no absolution, only a silent, unjudging ear. And so, in the damp quiet of his barn, under the watchful, unblinking eye of a particularly placid cow, he found his peculiar form of penance. He would lead Bessie, a creature of quietude and cud, to a secluded corner of the byre. The air, thick with the sweet, earthy scent of hay and livestock, was a welcome change from the perfumed incense of the parish church. He would tether her gently to a sturdy wooden post, her soft muzzle twitching as she regarded him with mild curiosity. Then, his voice, usually gruff from shouting at stubborn oxen or hawking his wares at the market, would soften, dropping to a murmur. He would confess the pilfered apples from a neighbor's orchard, the loaves of bread he'd been tempted to forget to pay for at the village baker's, the sharp words spoken in anger to his wife. He spoke of the envy that gnawed at him when he saw his neighbor's slightly more prosperous harvest, the moments of laziness that had kept him from finishing a crucial task. The theological underpinnings of such an act, while not explicitly sanctioned by church doctrine, resonated with a deeper, older understanding of man's place within God's creation. It was an act of profound humility, a recognition that all of God's creatures, from the smallest sparrow to the mightiest ox, were part of the divine tapestry. To confess to an animal was to confess not just to God, but to the entirety of creation, to offer one's failings to a world that had witnessed them, even if only passively. It was a symbolic act, casting one's sins upon the innocent, the uncorrupted, as if to say, if even you can bear the weight of my confession, then surely God can forgive it. It was a surrender of pride, a willingness to be seen, even by a creature that could not comprehend the words, but perhaps in its silent presence understood the sorrow. The psychological benefit was undeniable. The lack of response, the absence of judgment, was precisely what the farmer craved. Bessie would simply chew her cud, her large brown eyes blinking slowly, perhaps a soft moo escaping her throat. This passive reception was a balm to his troubled soul. It was a confession without consequence, a release without fear of reprisal, yet the act of vocalizing the sin, of articulating it aloud, even to a beast, held its own power. It was a way of acknowledging the transgression, of bringing it from the dark recesses of the mind into the light, however dim, of the barn. It was a form of self-absolution, a belief that by voicing his sins to this uncomprehending audience, he was somehow diminishing their power over him. In the muddy farmyard, the scene was often one of striking juxtaposition. The farmer, his face etched with a mixture of shame and earnest contrition, would pour out his heart to a bewildered-looking goat tied to a fence post. The goat, perhaps more interested in the sweet clover at its feet, would occasionally bleat or shake its shaggy head, a response that the farmer might interpret as a nod of understanding or even forgiveness. These were not grand gestures of penance, but quiet, almost clandestine rituals that took place far from the eyes of the clergy, in the heart of the rural landscape, where the sacred and the profane often intertwined in unexpected ways. Consider the sheer absurdity, the almost farcical nature of it all. A man confessing his gluttony to a pig, his covetousness to a sheep, his anger to a flock of geese that honked dismissively at his every word. These acts, while outwardly strange, spoke volumes about the desperate need for connection and absolution felt by ordinary people. They were improvisations on the theme of penance, finding spiritual outlets in the most mundane of surroundings. The animal became a silent witness, a surrogate confessor, a recipient of burdens that the human clergy, with their established rules and rituals, might have found too trivial or too unseemly. The animal confessional was, in essence, a radical act of decentralization. It bypassed the established hierarchy of the church and created a direct, albeit unconventional, line to the divine. It was a recognition that God's presence was not confined to the meticulously constructed cathedrals or the pronouncements of bishops, but was diffused throughout all of creation. By confessing to a creature that was so clearly a product of God's handiwork, the farmer was, in a way, confessing directly to God through his creation. The goat, the cow, the hen in the coop, they were all imbued with a certain sacredness in these moments, becoming conduits for spiritual release. The psychological impetus behind such acts often stemmed from a profound sense of personal unworthiness, or perhaps a deep seated fear of judgment. If one's sins were too small to warrant the attention of a priest, or too embarrassing to admit to a fellow human, then the non sentient animal offered the perfect solution. It was a confession designed to be heard but not processed, to be received but not judged. It was a way of unburdening the soul without the added anxiety of human scrutiny. The sheep, with its soft wool and gentle disposition, could absorb the farmer's anxieties without complaint, its very passivity offering a comforting contrast to the active judgment of a human confessor. One can imagine a woman, her heart heavy with the unspoken resentments she harbored against her husband, whispering her frustrations to the family dog as it lay by the hearth. The dog, wagging its tail, might nudge her hand, a simple gesture that, in the farmer's wife's interpretation, could be seen as a silent plea for understanding, a shared burden, or perhaps a child, having broken a precious relic in a fit of pique, confessing tearfully to the chirping sparrows outside the window, their carefree flitting a stark contrast to the gravity of his offense. These acts, though seemingly trivial, were deeply meaningful to those who performed them. They were small acts of spiritual defiance, finding ways to navigate the complex landscape of sin and salvation in a world that often offered little room for individual interpretation. The rural setting was crucial to this phenomenon. In the close-knit communities of the countryside, where life was dictated by the seasons and the rhythms of nature, the lines between the sacred and the everyday were often blurred. The barn, the field, the forest. These were not merely places of labor, but also spaces where spiritual encounters could occur. The animal, as an integral part of this natural world, could easily be elevated in significance, becoming a silent partner in the quest for spiritual peace. The farmer's confession to the cow was not just an isolated act, it was woven into the fabric of his daily life, a personal liturgy performed amidst the familiar scents and sounds of his farm. The theological justifications while not found in formal canon law, could be extrapolated from broader Christian teachings. St. Paul, in his letter to the Romans, spoke of creation groaning and yearning for redemption, suggesting a sentience and a role for the natural world in the divine plan. In this light, confessing to an animal could be seen as acknowledging this shared yearning, a recognition of the animal's participation, however passive, in the fallen state of humanity and its subsequent hope for salvation. It was a gesture that encompassed all of creation in the act of atonement, a humble offering of one's sins to the very fabric of existence. Furthermore, the act itself was a powerful demonstration of satisfaction, the concept of making amends for sins. While the animal could not absolve the penitent, the act of confessing to it, of acknowledging the sin and expressing remorse, was a form of self imposed penance. It was the physical and vocal manifestation of contrition, a tangible effort to purge oneself of sin. The farmer might spend hours in silent contemplation after his confession, a quiet period of reflection that was as much a part of his penance as the act of speaking to Bessie. The surreal quality of these confessions often highlighted the human need for an audience, even an uncomprehending one. It was not enough to simply feel remorse. The sin had to be externalized, given voice, acknowledged. And if the formal channels of confession were perceived as too daunting, too intimidating, then any willing listener, even one with 4 legs and a penchant for cud, would suffice. The sheer vulnerability of the act, the exposure of one's innermost failings to a creature that could offer no feedback, no judgment, no absolution, was its very strength. It was a raw, unmediated confrontation with one's own conscience, amplified by the silent presence of the animal. The narrative of the farmer and his cow, or the woman and her dog, might seem like quaint folklore, but it represented a genuine and widespread phenomenon in medieval society. It spoke to the adaptability of religious practice, the ways in which people found meaning and solace in their lives, often through unconventional means. These were not acts of heresy, but rather the quiet, personal adaptations of faith born out of a need to reconcile the divine with the everyday, the sacred with the mundane, and the sinner with the seemingly innocent world around them. The whispered confessions to a bewildered goat, or the tearful words spoken to a placid cow, were testaments to the enduring human quest for forgiveness, a quest that, in the medieval world, could take the most unexpected and profoundly human forms. The simplicity of the act, the unvarnished confession to a creature of the earth, served as a powerful, albeit peculiar, reminder that the path to spiritual redemption was not always paved with formal pronouncements, but could be found in the quietest of moments, in the most unlikely of confessor companions, a testament to the ingenuity of the human spirit in its unwavering pursuit of atonement. The medieval penitent's journey toward expiation was a path marked by a profound understanding of the body as a vessel of both sin and sanctification. While vocal confessions and acts of charity held their place, the true crucible for many seeking divine favor lay in the deliberate embrace of physical hardship, a testament to the belief that suffering willingly endured could transmute spiritual dross into golden absolution. Among the most potent and visually striking of these self-imposed trials were those that combined the stark discipline of fasting with the deeply humiliating constraint of being tethered, often in the public gaze. This subsection delves into the lived experience of such penitents, those who became living monuments to their transgressions, bound by iron and hunger in a ritualistic dance of contrition. Imagine for a moment a prosperous merchant, accustomed to the comfortable weight of coin in his purse and the deferential nods of his peers. Let us call him Master Thomas, a man whose business acumen had, perhaps, outstripped his spiritual compass. His crime, in the eyes of the church and his community, was usury, the sin of charging interest on loans, a practice deemed usurious and condemned by Scripture. The penalty, meted out not in dungeons, but in the very heart of the public square, was to be a stark lesson for all to see. On a designated fast day, a day meant for spiritual reflection and dietary austerity, Master Thomas found himself not at a communal table breaking bread, but chained. The chain, a heavy band of cold iron, was secured not around his neck, but around his ankle, tethering him to a rough-hewn stone pillar that had witnessed countless market days, pronouncements, and perhaps similar scenes of public penance. The market square, usually a vibrant tapestry of commerce and social interaction, became his inescapable theater of shame. The air, already thin with the collective hunger of a fast day, was further thickened by the tantalizing aromas drifting from nearby food stalls, the savory scent of roasting meats, the sweet perfume of honeyed pastries, the earthy fragrance of freshly baked bread. These were not merely olfactory sensations, but instruments of exquisite torture, each whiff a barbed reminder of his deprivation. This was no fleeting punishment. The tethered penitent's ordeal was designed to be prolonged, a lingering testament to the enduring nature of sin and the arduous climb toward forgiveness. Master Thomas would stand, or perhaps more accurately, be forced to remain, for hours under the unforgiving sun or the damp chill of an overcast sky. The chain, though allowing some limited movement within its radius, was a constant, tangible reminder of his bondage, chafing his skin, a physical manifestation of the spiritual chains that bound him to his misdeeds. Every shift of weight, every ache in his limbs, every pang of gnawing hunger was a deliberate addition to the suffering, intended to burn away the stain of his sin through a slow, agonizing process of deprivation and public humiliation. The psychological dimension of this penance was as significant as the physical. To be exposed, vulnerable, and in a state of profound want in the very place where one typically asserted one's status and prosperity was an act of utter subjugation. Master Thomas, the man who had commanded respect through his wealth, was now reduced to a spectacle of want, his private shame made utterly public. The passing faces of the townsfolk, some averted in pity or disgust, others lingering with a morbid curiosity, all served to amplify his humiliation. Children might point and whisper, their innocent pronouncements a cruel echo of the adult whispers that had surely accompanied his downfall. He was not merely fasting from food, he was fasting from dignity, from comfort, from the anonymity that had previously shielded him. The theological underpinnings of such a practice were deeply rooted in the medieval understanding of satisfactio, the concept of making satisfaction for sins committed. This satisfaction was often understood as requiring a penitent to undergo hardship that mirrored in some symbolic way the sin itself or the suffering Christ endured. For the usurer, who profited from the desperation of others, the public deprivation and hunger were a stark contrast to his usual indulgence. He was forced to experience firsthand the one he had so readily imposed upon others, albeit through a self imposed, yet externally mandated ritual. The fasting element was crucial, a direct denial of bodily pleasure, a subjugation of earthly desires that were seen as the root of many sins. By abstaining from food, the penitent was attempting to purify their body and spirit, to demonstrate a commitment to a life free from gluttony, greed, and the other carnal appetites that led to transgression. Consider the sensory overload, the constant, deliberate torment of the senses. The scent of food was not just a reminder of what was denied, but a tormentor in itself. Imagine the merchant, his stomach a hollow cavern, his mouth dry, his senses heightened to an almost unbearable degree by the very things he could not have. The sounds of the market, the chatter of vendors, the cries of children, the bleating of sheep, all would have been amplified by his state of deprivation, a cacophony that underscored his isolation within the crowd. The visual spectacle of others eating, even simple fare like bread and cheese, would have been a daily agony, a parade of normalcy from which he was profoundly excluded. The tethering itself was more than just a physical restraint, it was a symbolic declaration of sin. Chained to a public pillar, the penitent became a living signpost, a warning and a lesson to the community. They were a visual representation of the consequences of straying from the path of righteousness. The act of being bound also spoke to the concept of being bound by one's sins, trapped by one's past actions. The release from the chain, when it eventually came, was not just a physical liberation, but a powerful metaphor for the spiritual liberation that absolution promised. The duration of such penances varied, but they were rarely short term. Days, weeks, or even longer periods of fasting and tethering could be mandated depending on the severity of the offense and the penitent's ability to endure. This extended suffering was crucial to the concept of poene, the punitive aspect of penance. It was designed to be a significant burden, a sacrifice that would demonstrably merit divine mercy. The penitent was expected to meditate on their sins during this time, to reflect deeply on the damage their actions had caused, and to cultivate a genuine spirit of contrition. The choice of location for such public penance was also significant. The market square was chosen precisely because it was a place of public life and commerce. It was where social bonds were forged and broken, where reputations were made and lost. To be subjected to penance, there was to have one's social standing directly challenged and potentially ruined. For someone like Master Thomas, whose livelihood depended on trust and reputation, this public exposure was perhaps even more damning than the physical discomfort of hunger and restraint. The efficacy of such penances, from the perspective of the Church, lay in their deterrent effect, their educational value, and their perceived ability to truly cleanse the soul. By witnessing the suffering of one of their own, others were likely to think twice before engaging in similar transgressions. The visual spectacle served as a constant reminder of divine judgment and the Church's authority to enforce moral order. And for the penitent themselves, the profound suffering was believed to impress upon them the gravity of their sins and foster a deep, lasting aversion to repeating them. Beyond the usurer, consider other potential recipients of such rigorous penances. A woman found guilty of adultery, for example, might be tethered outside the church on Sundays, her head shaved as an additional mark of shame, forced to abstain from food and endure the stares of the faithful as they entered for Mass. Or a man who had committed perjury might be chained to the courthouse steps, a stark visual warning against the corruption of justice. Each instance was a carefully constructed drama of sin, suffering, and the hope for redemption, played out on the public stage. The stark contrast between the penitent's state and the surrounding normalcy was a key element of the performance. While others went about their daily lives, engaged in conversation, commerce, and the consumption of food, the tethered penitent was an island of enforced suffering. This isolation within a community underscored the idea that sin separated individuals from God and from their fellow humans, and that penance was the arduous path back to reintegration. The fasting component was not merely about abstaining from food, it was about a more profound denial of the body's desires. It could extend to abstaining from comfortable sleep, from bathing, from any form of physical pleasure or diversion. The goal was to create a state of extreme discomfort, to make the body a willing instrument of atonement. This deliberate discomfort was a way of aligning oneself with Christ's suffering, of participating in the redemptive pain that had saved humanity. Moreover, the act of being tethered could also be seen as a symbolic return to a state of primal helplessness, a stripping away of the artifice of civilization and social standing, leaving only the raw essence of a sinner before God. In the medieval worldview, where social order was seen as divinely ordained, such a deliberate subversion of that order, albeit within a prescribed penitential framework, was a powerful statement. The success of such a penance in the eyes of the penitent would be measured not just by the absolution granted by the priest, but by the internal transformation it wrought. The deep sense of humility, the newfound appreciation for basic necessities like food and freedom, and the profound fear of sin that such an ordeal would likely instill, were all markers of a successful atonement. It was an arduous, often brutal, but deeply ingrained method of spiritual discipline, a testament to the medieval conviction that the path to salvation was often paved with suffering, both internal and external, and that the body, even in its hunger and restraint, could be the most potent tool of spiritual purification. The image of the tethered, fasting penitent remains a powerful symbol of this era's complex and often stark approach to atonement, a visceral reminder that for many, the journey to God was a path of profound and public sacrifice. The medieval world, deeply entwined with the rhythms of agricultural life, naturally saw animals woven into the fabric of its spiritual practices, including the often arduous path of penance. While the preceding discussion illuminated the stark discipline of self-inflicted suffering through fasting and public restraint, the penitent's journey could at times extend to involve their four-legged or feathered companions. These were not instances of animals being punished for human sin in a direct, literal sense, but rather their presence and symbolic participation within rituals designed to expiate human wrongdoing. Livestock, the bedrock of medieval sustenance and wealth, could thus become silent witnesses, unwitting participants, or even tangible offerings in the complex art of atonement. Consider the deeply ingrained belief that the natural world was a reflection of divine order, and that disruptions to that order, whether through human sin or natural calamity, required a rebalancing. Animals, as integral components of this order, could therefore serve as potent symbols within the penitential theater. A nobleman, perhaps proud and accustomed to the deference of his serfs, might find himself compelled to atone for his harsh treatment of those who labored on his land. The sin of pride and exploitation, when confessed before the village priest, might necessitate a penance that extended beyond personal prayer and fasting. Such a penitent might be required to present his finest steed, a magnificent creature that embodied his own status and wealth, at the very doors of the parish church. The scene would be striking. On a designated Sunday, after the morning mass had concluded and the congregation was dispersing, the nobleman, stripped of his usual finery, would lead his horse to the churchyard. This was no mere presentation of property. The animal itself was imbued with symbolic significance. The horse, often a symbol of power, nobility, and worldly possessions, was being brought into the sacred space, or at least its threshold, as a tangible representation of the ill-gotten gains derived from his unjust dealings with his serfs. The very creature that had perhaps been purchased with the fruits of their labor, or that had carried him proudly while he surveyed his domain, was now to be an instrument of his spiritual reckoning. The presence of the animal was not for its own sake. It was a proxy, a silent accuser, and a humbling offering. The onlookers, the villagers who had witnessed the nobleman's arrogance and perhaps the suffering of his serfs, would see the finest horse in the district tethered to the church door. This public display would serve as a stark visual testament to the nobleman's transgression and the sincerity of his repentance. It was a public acknowledgment that his earthly possessions were tainted by his sin and that he was willing to relinquish or at least publicly display the symbols of his wealth as part of his penance. The horse, perhaps restless and confused by the unfamiliar surroundings and the scent of incense, would stand as an unwitting participant in this deeply human drama of sin and sought after forgiveness. The act of presenting the animal was multifaceted. It spoke to the medieval concept of restitutio in integrum, the obligation to restore what had been unjustly taken. While the nobleman could not literally return years of hard labor or mitigated suffering to his serfs, the symbolic offering of his most prized possession was a way of demonstrating his intent to make amends. The animal, often a significant financial investment, represented a sacrifice on his part, a tangible expression of his contrition. Furthermore, the juxtaposition of the powerful animal with the solemnity of the churchyard emphasized the belief that even the most worldly of possessions were ultimately subject to divine judgment. This practice was not limited to the presentation of horses. Other livestock could also feature in such rituals. A farmer who had been found guilty of defrauding his neighbors in the marketplace might be compelled to lead his plumpest calf or his most productive cow to the church. The animal, a symbol of the farmer's livelihood and sustenance, would be tethered outside the church, a visual representation of the ill-gotten gains derived from deceit. The braying of a donkey, the bleating of sheep, or the lowing of cattle in the churchyard would become part of the auditory landscape of atonement, a stark contrast to the hushed reverence expected within the sacred walls. The rationale behind involving animals in these public displays of penance was rooted in the medieval understanding of the interconnectedness of all creation and the tangible nature of sin. Sin was not merely an abstract concept, it had earthly consequences, affecting not only the sinner, but also the community and the very order of the world. Animals, as part of that order, could therefore be incorporated into rituals that sought to restore balance and demonstrate the sincerity of repentance. The spectacle of a prized animal, often a source of pride and wealth for its owner, being presented in a humble or penitential manner, was a powerful message to the community. It reinforced the church's authority, served as a deterrent to others, and allowed the penitent to publicly demonstrate their commitment to reform. Beyond the symbolic offering, there were instances where animals played a more active, albeit still symbolic, role in the process of confession or penance. Imagine a rural community where the parish priest, perhaps faced with a parishioner struggling to articulate the weight of their sins, might employ the presence of livestock as a form of nonverbal guidance. A farmer who had neglected his flock, leading to the death of several sheep through starvation or disease, might be instructed to bring a surviving sheep to his confession. The animal, a representation of his neglect and the consequences thereof, would be placed before him as he knelt to confess. The frail, perhaps sickly creature would serve as a mute but potent reminder of his failure in his stewardship. The priest might then instruct the penitent to speak to the animal, to confess his failings directly to it, before then confessing them to God. This act, while seemingly peculiar to a modern sensibility, served to externalize the sin and make it more palpable. By articulating his guilt to the animal, the penitent was forced to confront the reality of his actions and their impact on the creatures entrusted to his care. The animal, in this context, acted as a living embodiment of the sin, its very presence a testament to the penitent's shortcomings. The subsequent directive might be to care for this animal with particular diligence, to nurse it back to health as a form of ongoing penance, or to offer it to the church as a sacrifice. Theologians of the era might have interpreted these practices through the lens of poenitentia, activa, or active penance, which emphasized doing rather than merely saying. The involvement of animals in these acts provided a concrete, tangible dimension to this active participation. The nobleman leading his horse, the farmer confessing to his sheep, these were not passive acts of contrition. They were engagements with the physical world, mediated through the animal, to enact a spiritual transformation. The discomfort and public visibility associated with these acts, combined with the symbolic weight of the animals involved, were intended to impress upon the penitent the gravity of their sins and the arduous nature of the path to forgiveness. Moreover, the Church's teachings on stewardship of the natural world, particularly concerning livestock, meant that mistreatment or neglect of animals was often viewed as a sin in itself, or at least as an indicator of a deeper moral failing. Thus, a penance involving livestock could simultaneously address the original sin and reinforce the penitent's duty to care for God's creation. The nobleman who had exploited his serfs might also have been a cruel master to his animals. The penance would then serve a dual purpose, addressing both human and animal welfare as aspects of a virtuous life. The presence of animals in these penitential rituals also reflected the social realities of a world where animal husbandry was central to survival and prosperity. The value of livestock was universally understood, and the sacrifice of such an asset was a clear demonstration of commitment. It was a universally recognizable gesture of atonement, capable of being understood by all members of the community, regardless of their literacy or theological education. The sight of a fine animal being led to the church was a powerful visual sermon in itself, conveying messages of sin, repentance, and divine justice in a language that everyone could comprehend. The theological justification for such practices can be traced back to the Old Testament, where animal sacrifices were a cornerstone of atonement rituals. While medieval penance was no longer based on literal animal sacrifice for the remission of sins, the symbolic resonance of offering a valued creature remained potent. The animals, in these contexts, were not killed, but their presentation was a form of symbolic offering, a declaration of humility and a willingness to give up something precious in the pursuit of spiritual reconciliation. The accounts, often preserved in the records of ecclesiastical courts or monastic chronicles, speak of these rituals with a certain matter of factness, underscoring their integration into the daily life of medieval society. While we might today view them as peculiar or even anthropomorphically troubling, for the people of the time, they represented a deeply ingrained and meaningful way of confronting sin and seeking divine mercy. The animals, in their silent presence, bore witness to the human struggle for redemption, their lives momentarily interwoven with the spiritual destinies of their owners in acts of profound and often public contrition. These were not just instances of animals being present, they were active, albeit symbolic, participants in the intricate and often dramatic artistry of medieval penance. The tapestry of medieval penance, whilst woven with threads of sincere contrition and rigorous self discipline, also contained strands of human ingenuity and at times outright cunning. The penitent, faced with the dawning prospect of years of prayer, fasting, or public humiliation, was a creature of habit and often of considerable pragmatism. This section delves into the often unspoken corners of atonement, exploring how individuals, both learned and unlettered, found ways to navigate, manipulate, and even exploit the meticulously constructed system of penance. It is a testament to the enduring human drive to find the path of least resistance, even when that path leads through the hallowed halls of ecclesiastical justice. Consider the case of the skilled craftsman, a man accustomed to the tangible satisfaction of shaping wood and stone, but perhaps less inclined towards the abstract rigors of spiritual discipline. Let us imagine Thomas, a carpenter whose sin, perhaps a moment of avarice leading him to shortchange a widow on a coffin repair, has landed him a penance of building a new choir stall for the local abbey. The abbot, a man of earnest piety, had envisioned a masterpiece of Gothic carpentry, a testament to both divine glory and the carpenter's skill. The penance was designed not merely to occupy Thomas's hands, but to instill in him a sense of purpose and spiritual reflection as he worked. However, Thomas, burdened by the weight of his sin and the equally burdensome duration of his assigned task, saw an opportunity not just to atone, but to expedite his return to normalcy, and perhaps to a tidy profit. The temptation was subtle, and in Thomas's mind entirely justifiable. The wood specified for the choir stall was expensive oak, known for its durability and beauty. Thomas, however, possessed a considerable store of seasoned pine, a perfectly suitable, albeit less prestigious, alternative. He reasoned that once the stall was installed, hidden by embroidered cushions and the dim abbey light, who would truly know the difference? The divine eye, of course, was a constant concern, but Thomas, like many of his contemporaries, believed that the sincerity of his intention to atone, coupled with the completion of the physical task, was the key. He would use the pine, subtly stained to mimic the rich hue of oak, and perhaps even introduce a few carefully placed oak accents to maintain the illusion of compliance. Furthermore, the sheer volume of work required for a choir stall could easily span several months, or perhaps even a year, depending on the complexity and the pace of his other commissions. Thomas, however, was a man who understood the art of presentation. He would work with visible diligence, ensuring that his presence at the abbey was noted by the monks and the faithful. He might spend hours in seemingly meticulous joinery, when in reality he was employing techniques that, while appearing sound, were less robust than the approved methods. The goal was not to deceive the divine, but to satisfy the human overseers of his penance with the appearance of diligent labor, thereby shortening the perceived duration of his sentence. He might also strategically involve apprentices, assigning them the more menial tasks and taking credit for the entire endeavor, thus compressing the timeline. This subtle subversion of the penance system was not limited to skilled tradesmen. Even those tasked with more abstract spiritual disciplines could find ways to circumvent the spirit, if not the letter, of the law. Consider a merchant caught in a web of deceitful weights and measures whose penance involves reciting a specific number of psalms daily for a year. The sheer repetition could become a monotonous drone, a task to be completed with as little mental engagement as possible. Such a merchant might engage a hired hand, a poor scholar, or a monastery trained scribe to recite the Psalms on his behalf, perhaps paying them a meager sum to chant them in a corner of his home, or even from a secluded spot near the church. The act of recitation would be performed, the sound waves of devotion reaching the ears of God, while the penitent merchant himself could continue with his business, or perhaps even a more enjoyable leisure pursuit. The absolution sought was, in these instances, a commodity to be acquired with the least possible disruption to one's worldly life. The system of penance, designed to foster introspection and genuine remorse, could for some become a bureaucratic hurdle to be cleared. The act of public confession, the scourging, the lengthy prayers, these were all mechanisms meant to impress upon the sinner the gravity of their actions and the immense mercy of God. Yet for those with a more worldly disposition, these were simply the price of admission back into good standing, and any clever negotiation of that price was seen not as sacrilege, but as shrewdness. The role of the clergy themselves in this dynamic is also worth considering. While many priests and abbots were indeed devout men, dedicated to guiding their flocks, they were also human, and not entirely immune to the enticements of worldly gain or the desire for a smoothly functioning parish. A clever penitent might leverage this. A wealthy landowner, for instance, whose penance might involve repairing a section of the parish church wall, could subtly bribe the stonemason overseeing the work to declare the task completed well ahead of schedule, perhaps by using less expensive mortar or by rushing the finishing touches. The priest, relieved to see the matter settled, and perhaps benefiting from a generous donation from the landowner afterwards, might overlook the finer details. There are even whispers, often found in more satirical or folk accounts, of penitents employing animals in their schemes. Imagine a penance involving arduous pilgrimage, perhaps to a distant shrine, requiring months of travel on foot. A resourceful, if unprincipled individual might arrange for a sturdy donkey to accidentally join his journey. He could then load his meager possessions onto the animal, allowing him to maintain a facade of humble travel while enjoying a considerably more comfortable passage. The animal, in this scenario, is not an instrument of spiritual sacrifice, but a private chariot, a clever evasion of the intended hardship. The donkey, blissfully unaware of its role in this spiritual subterfuge, would simply carry its burden, a silent accomplice to human chicanery. The concept of commutation, where a penance could be exchanged for a monetary payment to the church, offered perhaps the most direct avenue for manipulating the system. While intended for those genuinely unable to perform physical penances, or as a means for the church to fund charitable works, this provision was often exploited. A penitent might offer a substantial sum, ostensibly to fund the upkeep of the abbey or to support the poor, but in reality to simply buy his way out of the more onerous aspects of his assigned penance. This blurred the lines between sincere atonement and transactional forgiveness, creating a system where wealth could, in effect, purchase spiritual clemency. The richer the sinner, the more easily they could find a financially agreeable substitute for fasting, praying, or performing acts of public contrition. The very act of confession itself could become a performance, a carefully crafted narrative designed to elicit the lightest possible penance. Penitents might present their sins in a piecemeal fashion, confessing minor transgressions over several visits, hoping to avoid a single, overwhelming burden. They might also frame their sins in such a way as to minimize their culpability, emphasizing external pressures or extenuating circumstances. "The devil tempted me, Father," or "my wife urged me to it," were common refrains, designed to shift the locus of responsibility away from the self and onto other forces. This was not necessarily outright lying, but a sophisticated form of self deception, a carefully curated presentation of guilt. The effectiveness of these evasions often depended on the individual priest or confessor. Some were scrupulous, possessing a keen eye for disingenuousness and a firm resolve to uphold the integrity of the penitential process. Others, perhaps less experienced, more charitable, or simply overburdened with the spiritual needs of their congregation, might be more easily swayed. A penitent who knew their priest, understanding his particular sensitivities or his predilection for certain types of offerings, could tailor their approach accordingly. A gift of fine wine to the parish priest before a confession or a promise of a contribution towards a new church bell could subtly influence the nature of the penance assigned. The ingenuity displayed was not always overtly malicious. For many, it stemmed from a genuine desire to reconcile with God, but also from a profound discomfort with the public shame and personal hardship that penance often entailed. The medieval world, though deeply religious, was also a world of very real social consequences. To be shamed in the public square, to endure physical suffering, could have lasting repercussions on one's reputation, business, and social standing. Thus, finding a way to fulfill one's spiritual obligations with a degree of discretion and efficiency was for many a pragmatic response to a demanding system. Consider the case of the parish clerk, a man of minor learning and considerable influence within his small community. His sin might be the embezzlement of church funds, a transgression that carried significant weight. His penance, decreed by the bishop, might involve a lengthy period of fasting and nightly vigils. The clerk, however, was indispensable to the running of the parish. His knowledge of administrative matters, his ability to manage accounts, and his role in coordinating local festivals meant that his absence, or his weakened state from fasting, would cause considerable disruption. Here, ingenuity could take the form of negotiation. The clerk might approach the priest with a proposal. Instead of the arduous vigils, he would dedicate his nights to meticulously reorganizing the parish records, a task that was long overdue and would in itself be a service to the church. Excuse he might even offer to use his own funds to purchase better parchment and ink, ensuring the longevity of these vital documents. The fasting aspect could be subtly modified, perhaps replaced with a more lenient diet, or performed only on certain days, with the understanding that his overall productivity would not be compromised. The priest, recognizing the clerk's value and the tangible benefit of his alternative proposal, might be persuaded to sanction this modified penance. It was a testament to the idea that the spirit of service and devotion, even if expressed through secular tasks, could be a valid form of atonement. The underlying principle in many of these manipulations was the perceived equivalence between different forms of suffering or service. If a year of public recitation of penitential verses was deemed equivalent to a significant monetary donation or to a period of labor on a church building project, then for some, the most convenient or least burdensome option became the preferred path. This willingness to shop around for the most palatable penance, though not always openly acknowledged, was a pervasive undercurrent within the system. Ultimately, the art of absolution, as practiced by penitents, was a complex interplay of theological understanding, social pressure, and individual ambition. While the Church provided a framework for seeking forgiveness, it was the penitent who, with varying degrees of sincerity and cleverness, determined the precise contours of their atonement. The tales of Thomas the Carpenter, the merchant with his hired psalmist, or the parish clerk who renegotiated his vigils, all paint a picture of a system that, while divinely ordained, was nevertheless profoundly human in its execution. It was a system that, despite its rigorous demands, could be bent, shaped, and at times subtly circumvented by those who possessed the ingenuity to find the cracks within its sacred architecture. This human element, this capacity for clever navigation, adds a layer of often overlooked realism to our understanding of medieval religious life, reminding us that even in the pursuit of salvation, the human mind was ever seeking the most efficient and sometimes the most ingenious route. The medieval world, viewed through the lens of guilt, appears as a landscape painted in shades of perpetual introspection. Guilt was not a passing cloud on an otherwise clear sky of conscience. It was the sky itself, a constant, pervasive atmosphere that permeated every aspect of existence. Unlike our modern conception of guilt as a potentially disruptive, albeit transient, emotional state, for the medieval person, it was an active occupation, a core component of their identity and their engagement with the world. It was a constant hum beneath the surface of daily life, an internal ledger where every deed, every thought was meticulously tallied, its spiritual debit and credit constantly being assessed. This pervasive sense of guilt was inextricably linked to the omnipresent theological framework of the era. The Church, with its intricate doctrines of sin, confession, and penance, provided not just a spiritual authority, but a societal one, dictating the terms of one's relationship with the divine, and by extension, with their fellow humans. The belief in an afterlife, with its stark choices between eternal bliss and unending torment, imbued every temporal action with cosmic significance. A perceived transgression, no matter how minor in our modern estimation, could be seen as a potential doorway to damnation, and therefore, guilt was not merely an emotional response, but a constant practical concern, a spiritual hygiene that required diligent and ongoing attention. The outward manifestations of this internal state were often elaborate, public, and deeply performative. Penance, as discussed previously, was the primary mechanism for managing and assuaging guilt. These were not private, introspective affairs confined to the quiet chambers of the heart. Instead, they were often enacted with a public dimension, designed to serve as both a personal purification and a visible testament to divine justice. The public recitation of prayers, the wearing of a penitence mark, the voluntary submission to scourging, these were all acts that not only acknowledged sin, but also broadcasted it, transforming the individual's internal struggle into a communal spectacle of contrition. This performative aspect of guilt management directly impacted social hierarchies. Those who visibly and rigorously undertook penance were often seen as more pious, more devout, and therefore more worthy. Conversely, individuals perceived as less diligent in their spiritual accounting, or those who seemed to escape the rigors of penance too easily, could find their social standing compromised. The public display of penance served as a constant reminder of the moral order and the consequences of deviating from it. It reinforced the power of the Church as the arbiter of sin and salvation, and it allowed communities to collectively reinforce their values by observing and judging the penitential practices of their neighbors. Personal identity in this context was deeply intertwined with one's perceived spiritual state. A person was not merely defined by their profession, their lineage, or their personal accomplishments, but fundamentally by their relationship with sin and their efforts to atone for it. The narrative of one's life was a spiritual autobiography, a story of falling and rising, of succumbing to temptation and striving for redemption. This constant self assessment, this internal dialogue about one's own shortcomings, shaped how individuals saw themselves and how they presented themselves to others. The weight of unconfessed or inadequately atoned for sins could be a heavy burden, leading to a self perception characterized by anxiety and a constant need for reassurance from religious authorities. The very fabric of daily existence was thus woven with threads of spiritual accounting. Consider the farmer tending his fields. Was he not, in his quiet moments, reflecting on the previous Sunday's sermon or the sins he had confessed the week before? Did he not consider whether the fruits of his labor were pleasing to God, or whether his diligence was itself a form of penance? Every meal could be an opportunity to practice temperance, every interaction a chance to exercise charity or to guard against pride. The mundane tasks of medieval life were infused with a spiritual dimension, each moment a potential opportunity to either accrue merit or to risk further spiritual debt. This pervasive sense of guilt fostered a cultural environment where certainty was a rare commodity. Life was precarious, susceptible to famine, disease, and warfare, but the most profound uncertainty often lay in the state of one's soul. The possibility of dying suddenly, unabsolved. The medieval penitent was in many ways an actor upon a grand, divinely ordained stage. The acts of penance, far from being solely private meditations or internal struggles, were frequently imbued with a theatricality designed to engage the senses and to broadcast the sinner's contrition to the community and ostensibly to God Himself. This wasn't merely a matter of public confession, though that was certainly a component. It extended to the very manner in which penance was performed, transforming the seeking of spiritual absolution into a vivid and often emotionally charged spectacle. The aim was not just the cleansing of the soul, but also the edification and instruction of the faithful, serving as a living sermon on the consequences of sin and the arduous yet ultimately rewarding path of repentance. Consider the symbolic weight of the penitent's attire. This was no everyday garb. It was a deliberate costume chosen to convey a specific message. The sackcloth, a coarse and uncomfortable fabric, was a stark visual reminder of humility and the rawness of repentance. It chafed the skin, a constant physical discomfort, mirroring the internal pain of guilt. Often, this rough spun material was worn over or in place of more conventional clothing, marking the penitent as set apart, as someone in the throes of spiritual crisis. Beyond the sackcloth, there might be other accoutrements. The wearing of a white sheet, for instance, could symbolize a desire for purity, a plea to be washed clean of sin. Sometimes, a rope or cord would be worn around the neck or waist, a visual representation of being bound by one's transgressions, or conversely, a symbol of submission to divine authority, like a prisoner bound to his master. These were not merely items of clothing, they were the outward manifestations of an inward state, crafted to be seen, to provoke thought, and to elicit a particular emotional response from onlookers. The very act of donning these garments was a performative choice, a declaration to the world that the wearer had sinned and was actively seeking to mend their spiritual standing. The physicality of penance also lent itself to dramatic interpretation. Acts of self flagellation, while not universally practiced, were certainly a striking example of penance as a public performance. The rhythmic, self inflicted lashings, often carried out in procession or before a congregation, were a potent visual and auditory spectacle. The sting of the whip, the drawing of blood, these were visceral experiences that communicated the depth of the penitent's remorse and their willingness to endure suffering as a form of expiation. It was a dramatic reenactment of Christ's suffering, a personal sacrifice offered in the hope of divine mercy. Similarly, prolonged kneeling, fasting to the point of extreme weakness, or standing in exposed locations for extended periods all contributed to this performative aspect. These were not passive acts. They required immense physical fortitude and a conscious effort to endure discomfort and public scrutiny. The sheer effort involved, visible to all, amplified the perceived sincerity of the penitent. Each shiver from the cold, each tremor of weakness, was a testament to their dedication to the arduous work of atonement. The setting of these penitential acts further enhanced their performative quality. Churches, of course, were central arenas for such displays. During Mass, a penitent might be required to stand in a designated area, perhaps near the entrance or in a place of prominence, conspicuously displaying their penitential garb. This forced visibility ensured that their state of sin and their ongoing atonement were not overlooked. Outside the church, public squares or marketplaces could also become impromptu stages for penitential acts. A sinner might be compelled to process through the town, carrying a banner detailing their offense, or to stand for a set period with a sign around their neck explaining their transgression. These were not private apologies, they were public pronouncements of guilt, designed to serve as a deterrent to others and to demonstrate the community's collective adherence to moral law. The very ordinariness of the public space contrasted sharply with the extraordinary nature of the penitent's display, drawing attention and creating a potent visual juxtaposition. Audience participation, whether passive or active, was a crucial element in this spectacle of sanctity. The community was not merely a collection of detached observers, they were an integral part of the penitential drama. Their reactions, the murmurs of sympathy, the whispers of judgment, the prayers offered for the penitent, or even the scorn directed at those deemed insincere, all contributed to the overall meaning and impact of the performance. In some instances, the audience might have a more direct role. For example, during certain public penances, members of the congregation might be invited to offer prayers or even to touch the penitent in a gesture of solidarity or encouragement. The collective prayers of the community were believed to lend significant weight to the penitent's plea for mercy, amplifying the efficacy of the act. The penitent, in turn, relied on this communal support, understanding that their suffering was not just for themselves, but for the spiritual well being of the entire body of Christ. The saintly looking hermit, as described in the summary, embodies a particular, highly curated form of this performance. Such figures, whether real or imagined, often deliberately cultivated an image of austere sanctity. Their ragged clothing, their unkempt beards, their mournful expressions, these were not necessarily accidental, but were carefully constructed elements of their persona. They understood that by projecting an image of extreme self denial and constant spiritual suffering, they could exert a powerful influence on the popular imagination. Their humble dwellings, often situated on the edge of villages or in remote wilderness, became sites of pilgrimage for those seeking spiritual guidance or intercession. The hermit's entire existence lived in the public eye, or at least in a publicly accessible space, became a testament to the power of penance. His ragged state was a living sermon, his mournful expression a constant reminder of the gravity of sin, and his isolation a symbol of his dedication to spiritual matters. Villagers would approach him, not just to confess their own sins, but to witness his piety, to be inspired by his example, and to seek his prayers, believing that his extreme penance had brought him closer to God. This performative aspect served a dual purpose. For the penitent, it offered a tangible way to demonstrate their sincerity to God and to their community. By undertaking public acts of penance, they sought to reassure both their divine judge and their human audience that their repentance was genuine. The suffering and humiliation involved in these public displays could be seen as a form of spiritual currency, a tangible sacrifice that could earn them merit in the eyes of God and the church. It was a way of saying, "See how much I suffer for my sins. Surely I am worthy of mercy." For the community, These spectacles served as powerful teaching tools. They provided vivid, memorable illustrations of the church's teachings on sin, repentance, and salvation. Witnessing a fellow human being endure hardship and public shame for their transgressions reinforced the idea that sin had real consequences and that atonement was a serious, often difficult, undertaking. These public displays of penance helped to solidify moral norms, discouraging others from committing similar offenses. They also fostered a sense of communal responsibility for maintaining moral order. By participating in or witnessing these acts, the community collectively acknowledged their shared vulnerability to sin and their shared commitment to spiritual discipline. The visible suffering of one could be a source of spiritual strength and reflection for many. Moreover, the performative nature of penance could also be a source of spiritual authority and even social capital for the penitent. Those who undertook rigorous and visible acts of penance were often regarded with a degree of reverence. Their willingness to humble themselves and to suffer publicly could elevate their status within the community, marking them as exceptionally devout individuals. In some cases, the penitent might even gain a reputation for holiness, becoming sought after for their prayers or advice. This dynamic, however, could also create a subtle tension. While penance was intended to be an act of humility, its public performance could inadvertently lead to a form of spiritual pride. The careful curation of one's penitential persona could, for some, become a means of seeking praise and admiration, blurring the lines between genuine contrition and a desire for recognition. The spectacle could, in this sense, become a double edged sword, offering spiritual benefit while simultaneously carrying the risk of spiritual vanity. The theological underpinnings of this performative penance were deeply rooted in the concept of satisfaction. Penance was not merely an expression of sorrow, it was often understood as a form of satisfaction due to God for the temporal punishment of sin, even after guilt had been forgiven through confession. This satisfaction could be achieved through various means, including prayer, fasting, almsgiving, and significantly, public acts of penance that involved suffering and self denial. The more arduous and visible the penitential act, the greater its perceived value as satisfaction. This emphasis on visible sacrifice and suffering naturally lent itself to theatrical display, where the performance of hardship served as a tangible offering to the divine. The medieval mind was accustomed to seeing spiritual realities manifested in physical forms, and penance was a prime example of this principle in action. The liturgy itself often provided a framework for this performative aspect. Penitential services could involve elaborate rituals, processions, and the use of symbolic objects. The ashes placed on the forehead on Ash Wednesday, for example, a practice still observed today, is a powerful, albeit brief, public declaration of penance, a stark reminder of mortality and the need for repentance. In earlier medieval periods, and in some monastic traditions, more extended public ceremonies of exhomologesis, public confession, and penance were common, involving the penitent being cast out of the community for a period, wearing distinctive signs of their ostracism before being formally readmitted after completing their penance. These were dramatic, ritualized expulsions and readmissions that underscored the seriousness of sin and the Church's authority in managing it. The impact of these public performances on the individual psyche is also worth considering. While the primary intention was spiritual, the constant exposure to scrutiny and the act of performing one's sinfulness could have profound psychological effects. For some, it may have reinforced their sense of self worth through piety. For others, the public humiliation could have been deeply scarring, leading to a lingering sense of shame or inadequacy even after absolution. The performance of penance was a delicate balancing act, requiring the penitent to be visible enough to demonstrate sincerity, but not so ostentatious as to appear merely attention seeking. The fine line between edifying spectacle and ostentatious display was one that many medieval penitents and their confessors had to navigate. The concept of penance as performance also extended to the realm of devotional literature and art. Saints' lives, hagiographies that were widely read and disseminated, often recounted tales of extreme penitential practices. Hermits living in caves, enduring harsh weather, subsisting on meager rations, and engaging in rigorous asceticism. These narratives, while serving as inspiration, also provided models for penitential behavior, implicitly encouraging similar displays of self denial. Similarly, religious art often depicted scenes of penance, of saints in states of asceticism or undergoing martyrdom, visually reinforcing the value of suffering for the faith. The visual culture of the Middle Ages was saturated with images that celebrated the performative aspects of devotion and repentance. In essence, the medieval understanding of penance was far more multifaceted than a simple act of contrition. It was a complex social and spiritual practice that often incorporated elements of theater, ritual, and public display. The performance of penance served as a means of spiritual purification, a public declaration of remorse, a teaching tool for the community, and a way to gain spiritual merit. The careful selection of attire, the engagement in physically demanding acts, the choice of public settings, and the interaction with an observing community all contributed to a powerful spectacle of sanctity where the sinner's journey toward redemption was enacted for all to see, shaping both individual identity and the collective moral landscape of the medieval world. The ragged hermit, the barefoot pilgrim, the publicly scourged sinner, these were not just individuals atoning for their sins. They were actors in a grand cosmic drama, their performances a vital part of the spiritual fabric of their age. The medieval world, for all its solemnity and fervent devotion, possessed a robust vein of what we might today call black humor, a perspective that found the darkly comic in the very fabric of existence, including the gravest matters of sin and penance. This was not a flippant disregard for spiritual rectitude, but rather a sophisticated, often earthy understanding that life, even in its most profound spiritual struggles, contained elements of the absurd. The penitent, grappling with the weight of guilt and the demanding rituals of atonement, could inadvertently or sometimes even deliberately become the subject of this wry amusement. The very severity and at times sheer peculiarity of certain penances, when observed or recounted, could elicit a chuckle from those who, while devout, were not entirely devoid of a robust, earthy sense of the ridiculous. It was the kind of humor that acknowledged human frailty, the sometimes bureaucratic nature of religious discipline, and the inherent oddity of human behavior, even when directed towards the divine. Consider, for instance, the accounts that filtered down through monastic chronicles or the jottings of busy scribes. These were not always solemn pronouncements. A scribe, tasked with meticulously recording the penance assigned to a farmer who had, in a moment of exasperation, apparently struck a particularly recalcitrant pig with a religious relic, might find himself unable to resist a subtle annotation in the margin. Perhaps it was a single, knowing doodle of a pig with a halo, or a brief, almost imperceptible question posed next to the record. And did the pig confess? Such small acts of levity, tucked away in the margins of sacred texts or disciplinary records, reveal a fascinating glimpse into the mindset of those who lived and breathed the spiritual life. They suggest an awareness that even the most sacred of duties could be approached with a measure of ironic detachment, a knowing wink at the human tendency to imbue even the most mundane of creatures, or indeed the most desperate of sinners, with a peculiar, almost comical significance. The assignation of penances, intended as serious spiritual medicine, could often manifest in ways that struck contemporaries, and certainly later observers, as profoundly strange, even bordering on the farcical. Imagine a man, having committed some offense against the church, being tasked by his confessor not with prayer or fasting, but with tending to a herd of unruly geese for a full lunar cycle, or perhaps being ordered to sing lullabies to a particularly stubborn badger in a public square each evening. These were not unheard of impositions, particularly in periods where confessors sought creative, memorable ways to impress upon penitents the gravity of their sins, or perhaps simply to provide a concrete, if bizarre, form of discipline. The inherent absurdity of such tasks, the image of a penitent attempting to impose theological order on a flock of squawking waterfowl, or to soothe a wild animal with hymns, was a source of no small amount of amusement for those who witnessed or heard tell of such proceedings. It was a humor born from the juxtaposition of the sacred and the utterly mundane, the spiritual aspiration clashing with the recalcitrant reality of the natural world, or indeed of human eccentricity. These narratives often found their way into vernacular tales, songs, and even sermons, albeit in carefully veiled forms. The popular imagination reveled in stories of the devout, engaging in mortifications that, while intended to be saintly, tipped into the realm of the absurd. Accounts of hermits attempting to outdo each other in feats of asceticism. One might boast of sleeping on a bed of nettles, while another claimed to subsist solely on dew collected from graveyard stones, could easily be interpreted through a lens of dark comedy. The underlying message, that extreme penance was a mark of devotion, was clear, but the sheer outlandishness of the practices invited a more irreverent, though not necessarily impious, interpretation. The chronicler or the storyteller, in relaying these tales, would often imbue them with a subtle irony, highlighting the very human drive for recognition and the sometimes comical lengths to which people would go to achieve it, even in the pursuit of spiritual merit. The very language used to describe these penances could also lend itself to humorous interpretation. The emphasis on satisfaction, on making amends for sin through tangible acts, could in practice lead to a peculiar sort of spiritual accounting. One might, for example, have to give a precisely calculated number of alms to the poor, or recite a specific number of psalms while balancing on one leg. The meticulous, almost bureaucratic nature of these impositions, while intended to be rigorous, could strike a chord of the absurd. It conjured images of a celestial ledger, meticulously itemizing every bowed head, every whispered prayer, every discomfort endured, with a scribe in the heavens, perhaps sighing at the sheer volume of paperwork involved in human redemption. This humor was not, it must be stressed, directed at the concept of sin or repentance itself. The medieval worldview did not shy away from the grim realities of mortality, divine judgment, and the pervasive presence of evil. Instead, the black humor arose from the human element, the very human ways in which people grappled with these profound realities. It was the humor of a baker, meticulously measuring his flour for the communion wafers, perhaps grumbling about the difficulty of achieving the perfect texture for the host. It was the humor of a monk, diligently transcribing a passage on the torments of hell, then pausing to scratch an itch or to lament the poor quality of the ink. These were not blasphemous acts, but rather acknowledgments of the persistent and often amusing intrusions of the mundane into the sacred. Consider the case of the penitent, who, as part of their penance, was required to wear a sign proclaiming their sin and to stand in the town square for an entire day. While the intention was public shaming and deterrence, the reality could be far more nuanced and at times comically awkward. The weather might turn foul, forcing the penitent to shiver in their exposed state, eliciting sympathetic rather than purely condemnatory glances from passers-by. Children might mock them, not with true malice, but with the unthinking cruelty of youth, perhaps offering them a crust of bread as if they were a stray dog, or a particularly well meaning individual might approach, not to admonish, but to offer unsolicited and entirely unhelpful spiritual advice. The entire scenario, while rooted in a serious religious imperative, was rife with the potential for awkwardness and the darkly comic. Even the relics, those powerful conduits of divine grace, could become subjects of this peculiar humor. Legends abound of relics being misplaced, stolen, or even used for entirely secular, and indeed rather undignified purposes. A story might circulate of a village attempting to ward off an invading army by brandishing the sacred bone of a saint, only to have the bone slip from the grasp of the warrior holding it and roll into a muddy ditch, much to the amusement of the enemy soldiers, who may or may not have understood the spiritual significance of the event, but certainly grasped the visual comedy. Such tales, while perhaps exaggerated, speak to a fundamental human tendency to find humor in the incongruous, even when the incongruous involves objects of the highest sanctity. This perspective also manifested in the way certain sins were viewed. While grave offenses were treated with the utmost seriousness, minor transgressions, or those that stemmed from particularly human foibles, could sometimes be met with a degree of understanding laced with wry humor. A baker who was caught cheating his customers by short weighting his loaves might be assigned penance, but the underlying sentiment might be one of, well, it's only flour, and who hasn't been tempted to make a little extra profit? This was not to excuse the sin, but to acknowledge the all too human impulses that drove it, impulses that were often, in their own way, darkly amusing. The very process of confession could at times become a source of this peculiar humor. Imagine a nervous young man confessing to his priest about his unseemly thoughts regarding the baker's daughter, only for the priest to respond with a sigh and a stern lecture that felt almost comically out of proportion to the perceived offense, or a woman confessing to having coveted her neighbor's prize winning hen and being assigned a penance that seemed designed to ensure she would never look at poultry again. The gap between the perceived gravity of the sin and the severity or strangeness of the imposed penance was a fertile ground for this specific brand of medieval wit. Moreover, the communal aspect of penance often amplified these humorous undertones. When a whole village was tasked with a collective penance, such as building a new chapel or undertaking a lengthy pilgrimage, the shared experience, with all its inherent difficulties and absurdities, could foster a sense of camaraderie and shared amusement. Picture a group of villagers painstakingly dragging stones for the chapel, singing boisterous, perhaps slightly off key hymns, their efforts punctuated by the occasional dropped tool or a moment of collective exhaustion that dissolved into laughter. These were moments where the shared burden of penance transformed into a shared experience, rich with the potential for the darkly comic. The folklore and popular literature of the era were particularly adept at capturing this spirit. Tales of trickster figures, sometimes even monks or saints themselves, who used wit and wordplay to navigate the strictures of religious life, often incorporated elements of this black humor. These characters, while usually ultimately on the side of righteousness, were depicted as possessing a keen understanding of human nature and a willingness to bend rules, or at least interpret them with a sly wink, to achieve a greater good, or simply to escape a particularly tedious penance. Their escapades served as a reminder that even within the most rigid of systems, human ingenuity and a healthy dose of irony could find a way to shine through. Even in the most solemn of religious performances, like the public reading of sins or the administering of punishments, there was often an undercurrent of this earthy humor. The pronouncements of the church, while carrying immense authority, were delivered by human beings, and human beings are prone to a certain degree of theatricality, and yes, even a bit of a twinkle in the eye when faced with the peculiar ways of their fellow mortals. The imagined scene of a scribe dutifully noting a confession of a man who stole a single apple, and then adding a small, almost imperceptible drawing of a worm emerging from the stolen fruit, encapsulates this spirit perfectly. It's a gesture that acknowledges the sin, but also finds a playful, almost affectionate commentary on the petty nature of the transgression and the human desire to find humor even in the smallest of failings. The legacy of penance, therefore, was not solely one of somber self recrimination, it was also a testament to the enduring and often darkly amusing resilience of the human spirit, a spirit that could find a reason to chuckle even when contemplating the gravest of sins. The piety of the age was robust enough to embrace the incongruous, the absurd, and the darkly comic, weaving them into the very fabric of its spiritual life, making the journey of repentance a path that, for all its arduousness, was not entirely devoid of a wry human smile. The medieval tapestry of penance, as we have seen, was rich with public spectacle and communal engagement. The very act of atonement was often a highly visible affair, designed not only to cleanse the individual soul, but also to serve as a potent sermon to the watching community. Devices of shame, such as the kanga or the karkin, the stocks and the pillory, were not merely instruments of punishment, they were carefully orchestrated tableaus of sin and its consequences. The repentant sinner forced to stand in the town square, exposed to the elements and the unvarnished opinions of their neighbors, was a living embodiment of the Church's teachings on moral transgression and the arduous path of amendment. This was a world where guilt was a shared burden, or at least a shared observation, and where the process of expiation was etched into the public consciousness through ritual and visible consequence. Yet, even within this demonstrative culture of penitence, a nascent thread of introspection was always present. The act of confession, though often performed in the hushed solemnity of a church, was fundamentally a private act between the penitent and God, mediated by the priest. While the penance assigned might be public, the internal grappling with sin, the examination of conscience, the very feeling of remorse, these were inherently internal experiences. The medieval world, though it favored outward displays, understood that true spiritual transformation began in the depths of the individual heart. The efficacy of a penance, whether it was the recitation of a prescribed number of psalms or a period of fasting, was ultimately measured not just by its public performance, but by the inner disposition it cultivated. The contrite heart was the true crucible of penitence, and this internal landscape remained a private sanctuary even when the consequences of sin spilled out into the public arena. The transition from the overtly public to the subtly private in the management of guilt represents one of the most profound cultural shifts in Western history. As the medieval era gave way to the Renaissance, and then the Enlightenment, the very understanding of the individual, and consequently of sin and its remedies, underwent a seismic alteration. The grand, communal performances of penance, with their reliance on external sanctions and visible rituals, began to recede, replaced by a growing emphasis on individual conscience and psychological states. The external gaze of the community, once the primary mechanism for enforcing moral order, gradually yielded to the internal scrutiny of the self. One of the most striking manifestations of this shift can be seen in the evolution of what constitutes effective penance. Where once a public flogging or a period of enforced begging might be prescribed for a serious transgression, the focus gradually moved towards internal disciplines. The emphasis on prayer, meditation, and diligent self examination became paramount. The confessional booth, rather than being a prelude to public display, became the primary site for dealing with sin, and the penance assigned often remained a private matter, undertaken in the solitude of one's own home or chosen place of contemplation. The inner turmoil of guilt, the wrestling with one's conscience, became the central arena of struggle rather than the physical and social discomfort of public humiliation. The Enlightenment, with its burgeoning emphasis on reason and individual autonomy, further accelerated this trend. The concept of divinely ordained punishment, so central to the medieval worldview, began to be viewed through a more secular and psychological lens. Instead of sin being a transgression against God and His Church, it increasingly came to be understood as a deviation from social norms or a failing of rational self-control. Consequently, the remedies for such failings also shifted. The aim was no longer solely to appease divine wrath or to satisfy the demands of a rigid ecclesiastical order, but rather to restore the individual's psychological balance and their capacity for rational behavior. This is where we see the embryonic forms of modern therapeutic approaches to guilt emerging. The idea of confessing one's transgressions, not to a priest to secure salvation, but to a physician or a confidant to understand the roots of one's behavior, began to gain traction. The burgeoning field of psychology, with its focus on the unconscious mind and the impact of personal history on behavior, provided a new framework for understanding guilt. No longer was guilt simply a spiritual stain to be washed away by ritual. It became a symptom, a psychological burden that required analysis and, often, a process of desensitization or re education. The public shaming mechanisms of the medieval era, while effective in their time for maintaining social order and reinforcing religious doctrine, came to be viewed as barbaric and counterproductive in the more enlightened age. The stocks and the pillory, once symbols of righteous judgment, were increasingly seen as instruments of cruelty that fostered resentment rather than repentance. The shame they inflicted was often superficial, a temporary public discomfort that did little to address the underlying causes of the transgression. In contrast, the new emphasis was on fostering a deeper, more internalized sense of responsibility and remorse. Consider the stark contrast between being forced to wear a scarlet letter, proclaiming one's infidelity to the entire town, and the modern practice of confessing such a transgression to a therapist. The former is a public branding, a permanent societal marker designed to ostracize and deter. The latter is a confidential dialogue, an attempt to explore the emotions, motivations, and circumstances surrounding the act. The medieval approach sought to create an external spectacle of sin, while the modern approach seeks an internal exploration of the self. This is not to say that public accountability has vanished entirely. Indeed, in various forms it persists, but its role in dealing with individual guilt has been significantly diminished, overshadowed by the primacy of private introspection. The evolution of confession itself underscores this trajectory. From the medieval confessor, whose role was to hear sins, assign penance, and grant absolution, we move towards the modern therapist or counselor. The former was a spiritual guide, operating within a framework of divine law and eternal consequence. The latter is a psychological guide, operating within a framework of human behavior, mental health, and personal well being. While both involve the articulation of wrongdoing, the purpose and the outcome are vastly different. The medieval confession aimed at reconciliation with God and the community, while the modern therapeutic session aims at self understanding, emotional regulation, and personal growth. This shift from external to internal also has profound implications for how guilt is experienced. In the medieval world, guilt was often a palpable, almost physical burden, amplified by the social consequences of sin, the fear of damnation, the shame of public exposure, the weight of communal disapproval. These were powerful forces that shaped the penitent's experience. The performance of penance was a way of actively shedding this burden, of outwardly demonstrating one's atonement. In contemporary society, guilt can be a more insidious, internalized force. Without the clear cut rituals and communal sanctions of the past, individuals may find themselves adrift in a sea of unspoken remorse. The absence of a public forum for expiation can lead to prolonged periods of self recrimination, anxiety, and even depression. The very privacy that is now valued can become a double edged sword, creating a solitary confinement of the conscience. The internal dialogue, while potentially leading to deep self awareness, can also become a destructive echo chamber, amplifying feelings of inadequacy and self loathing. The legacy of this shift is evident in the myriad ways we now attempt to manage our guilt. Self help books, mindfulness practices, support groups, and of course, psychotherapy all represent different facets of this modern quest for internal reconciliation. We are encouraged to explore our past, to understand our triggers, to forgive ourselves, and to develop coping mechanisms. These are all deeply personal journeys, undertaken in the privacy of our own minds and often with the aid of professional guidance rather than in the public square. The very definition of a good person has also changed. In the medieval period, piety, adherence to religious law, and participation in communal rituals were central. Today, personal ethics, empathy, and the ability to manage one's own psychological well being are often considered more important. The internal compass of conscience has largely replaced the external directives of the church and the community. While this can foster greater individual freedom and self determination, it also places a greater onus on the individual to navigate the complexities of morality and to find their own path to atonement when they falter. The tools of public shaming, which were so potent in the medieval era, have in many ways been replaced by digital equivalents. Social media platforms, while offering avenues for connection and expression, can also become arenas for a new kind of public shaming, where reputations can be destroyed with the click of a button. Cancel culture, for instance, can be seen as a modern, albeit often more volatile and less regulated manifestation of the desire to hold individuals accountable through public exposure. However, unlike the carefully orchestrated rituals of medieval penance, these digital condemnations often lack the structured process of confession, atonement, and absolution. They can be swift, brutal, and leave little room for redemption or private reflection. The shift from public shaming to private reflection is not a simple linear progression, nor is it necessarily an improvement in all respects. While the move away from public humiliation towards internal processing can be seen as a mark of increasing individual sophistication and psychological awareness, it also presents its own challenges. The isolation of guilt, the lack of communal support in the process of atonement, and the potential for self destructive introspection are all significant drawbacks. The medieval world, for all its severity, provided a framework, a communal understanding of sin and its remedies that could, in its own way, offer a form of solace and shared experience. Ultimately, the journey from the public spectacles of medieval penance to the private introspection of modern guilt management is a testament to the enduring human struggle with conscience. It reflects a profound reorientation of societal values, a greater emphasis on the individual, and a deeper engagement with the complexities of the human psyche. While the outward forms of penance have been transformed, the inner reality of grappling with wrongdoing, with the lingering echoes of our failings, remains a fundamental aspect of the human condition, a silent dialogue that continues to shape our understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. The medieval sinner standing in the stocks and the modern individual on the therapist's couch are both, in their own ways, engaged in the timeless, often arduous process of coming to terms with their own flawed humanity. The stage has changed from the town square to the inner sanctum of the mind, but the drama of guilt and the quest for peace of conscience persist. The echoes of medieval penance resonate in the modern soul, not as a direct call to public flagellation or the donning of a hair shirt, but as a subtle, persistent hum beneath the surface of our contemporary lives. Though the scaffolding of public ritual has largely been dismantled, the fundamental human urge to confront wrongdoing, to mend fractured relationships with ourselves and with the unseen, and to seek a state of grace, or at the very least, a measure of inner peace, remains as potent as ever. We may no longer stand in the stocks, our faces a canvas for communal judgment, but the internal mechanisms of guilt and the search for absolution have undergone a fascinating, if sometimes disorienting, metamorphosis. The very architecture of our moral landscape, one so rigidly defined by the Church and its intricate system of penitential practices, has shifted, becoming more fluid, more individualistic, and often more elusive. Consider the modern confessional, which in its most recognizable form has transformed from the hushed intimacy of the priest's ear to the clinician's couch. While the setting and the lexicon have changed, sin might be reframed as maladaptive behavior, confession as self disclosure, and absolution as therapeutic resolution. The underlying desire to articulate transgressions, to understand their genesis, and to find a pathway toward healing and self acceptance persists. The medieval pilgrim meticulously reciting rosaries to expiate a perceived sin is mirrored in a strange way by the modern individual diligently journaling their thoughts, engaging in mindfulness exercises, or engaging in therapy to process emotional distress stemming from past actions. The external markers of penance have faded, but the internal journey of grappling with one's own moral compass remains a deeply human endeavor. We are still, in essence, seeking to purge ourselves of what ails us, to lighten the burden of a conscience weighed down by regret or the knowledge of having caused harm. The methods may be secularized, psychological, and profoundly private, but the core impulse is strikingly similar. The medieval fascination with the tangible, the visible, and the communal in the process of atonement has left an indelible imprint on how we, even subconsciously, approach the concept of making amends. While we might scoff at the idea of parading through the streets with a penitent's bell, the underlying psychology of needing to do something to offset a wrong act is still very much alive. This manifests in various ways, from meticulously crafted apologies designed to assuage hurt feelings to grand gestures intended to publicly demonstrate remorse. Think of the elaborate mea culpas offered by public figures caught in scandal, or the earnest, often repetitive efforts individuals make to regain trust after a betrayal. These acts, stripped of their religious overlay, can be seen as modern secular rituals of penance, attempts to reestablish equilibrium and signal a commitment to amendment, even if the audience is no longer God and the village, but rather a specific wronged party, a social media following, or simply one's own inner critic. The very notion of guilt itself has been re engineered. Where once it was primarily a spiritual state, a stain on the soul that required divine intervention and ecclesiastical oversight, it is now frequently understood as a psychological phenomenon, a subjective emotional response that can be managed, so treated, and perhaps even cured. This conceptual shift, driven by centuries of philosophical and scientific inquiry, has fundamentally altered our relationship with our own missteps. The medieval penitents' fear of eternal damnation, a palpable existential terror that fueled their acts of contrition, has largely been replaced by anxieties about social standing, personal relationships, and psychological well being. The stakes might appear to have lowered from the eternal to the temporal, but the emotional weight of guilt, the gnawing discomfort it can inflict, remains a formidable force in human experience. Furthermore, the medieval emphasis on structured, prescribed penance, however arbitrary it might seem today, offered a clear, if often arduous, path for individuals to navigate their guilt. The length of time for fasting, the number of prayers to be recited, the specific acts of charity to be performed, these provided a sense of agency, a tangible way to actively participate in one's own redemption. In the modern landscape, where the lines between right and wrong can feel increasingly blurred, and where the sources of guilt are often multifaceted and deeply embedded in personal history, the path to reconciliation can feel far less defined. This can lead to a state of perpetual unease, a feeling of being lost in the labyrinth of one's own conscience without a clear map or guide. The absence of a universally recognized framework for atonement can leave individuals feeling isolated in their struggles, forced to forge their own paths through the often treacherous terrain of self judgment. The medieval practice of public penance, while seemingly harsh to modern sensibilities, also served a crucial social function. It reinforced communal values, served as a visible deterrent to transgression, and, in its own way, fostered a sense of shared responsibility for maintaining moral order. When an individual was seen to be making amends, the community witnessed the process, reinforcing the collective understanding of sin and virtue. This communal aspect of penance is largely absent in our contemporary world. Guilt is predominantly a private affair, and the process of reconciliation often occurs in isolation, away from the watchful eyes and perhaps the supportive presence of a community. This privatization of atonement, while granting greater individual autonomy, can also lead to a profound sense of loneliness. Without the shared experience of confronting wrongdoing, individuals may feel detached from their fellow humans, carrying their burdens in solitary silence. However, even in the medieval era, the line between genuine repentance and performative penance was often blurred. Individuals might engage in acts of contrition to avoid harsher secular penalties or to curry favor with the church rather than out of profound spiritual conviction. Similarly, modern attempts at atonement can sometimes be perceived as insincere or self serving, driven by a desire to manage public perception or to alleviate personal discomfort, rather than a deep seated commitment to genuine change. The human capacity for self deception and for projecting an image of virtue while harboring inner turmoil is a timeless constant, and the medieval and modern eras are both rife with examples of this enduring trait. What has changed is not the presence of such motivations, but the context in which they are expressed and the means by which they are judged. The lingering influence of medieval penance can also be observed in the persistent, almost instinctual, human need to confess. Even in a secular society, the urge to unburden oneself by speaking of transgressions remains powerful. This primal drive manifests in various forms, from late-night confessions whispered to a trusted friend over a bottle of wine, to anonymous online forums where people share their deepest regrets, to the formal therapeutic interview. The very act of articulating one's wrongdoing, of giving voice to the inner turmoil, has a cathartic quality that transcends specific religious or philosophical frameworks. It is a way of externalizing the internal, of transforming a private torment into a shared narrative, even if that sharing is mediated through the digital ether or the professional relationship with a therapist. The medieval fascination with the physical manifestations of penance, the fasting, the scourging, the pilgrimages, also speaks to a deeper, perhaps older human intuition that the body can be a site of spiritual cleansing and transformation. While we may no longer embrace such extreme mortifications, the idea that physical discipline can contribute to psychological or spiritual well being is still present in contemporary society. Think of the discipline required for athletic training, the dedication to rigorous exercise regimes, or the practice of intermittent fasting. These activities, often undertaken for health and fitness, also carry with them an implicit sense of self control and, in some instances, a symbolic purging of excess or indulgence. The body, as a vessel for our conscience, continues to be a locus for our efforts at self improvement and atonement. The transition from a world where guilt was primarily understood through the lens of divine law and ecclesiastical authority to one where it is increasingly viewed through psychological and social frameworks represents a profound shift in our cultural understanding of morality and human behavior. The medieval era provided a comprehensive, albeit rigid, system for managing sin and its consequences, offering a clear, albeit demanding path to absolution. The modern era, while liberating individuals from the strictures of religious dogma, has also introduced a degree of ambiguity and uncertainty into the process of confronting and reconciling with wrongdoing. The quest for peace of conscience, a fundamental human aspiration, now unfolds in a far more complex and internalized landscape. What then have we gained or lost in this remarkable transition from the public square to the private psyche? We have undoubtedly gained in terms of individual autonomy and psychological sophistication. The freedom from public shame and the opportunity for private introspection represent significant advancements in human dignity and self awareness. The ability to address the roots of one's behavior, to understand the complex interplay of personal history and present actions, offers a path to healing that was largely unavailable in the medieval world. The emphasis on empathy, personal responsibility, and the nuanced understanding of human motivation has replaced the more binary, black and white morality of earlier times. Yet, in shedding the sometimes brutal efficacy of public penance, we may have also lost something vital: the communal reinforcement of moral norms, the shared experience of confronting transgression, and the clear, if often demanding, rituals of atonement provided a societal glue that helped bind communities together. The privatization of guilt, while empowering the individual, can also lead to isolation and a fragmentation of collective moral understanding. The absence of a shared public arena for reconciliation might mean that the deeper, more profound work of forgiveness, both for ourselves and from others, can become a more solitary and potentially more fraught undertaking. The medieval world, in its own peculiar and often extreme ways, understood the power of shared experience in the human journey toward redemption, a lesson that the modern, often atomized soul might do well to remember. The enduring struggle with conscience, The deep seated human need to make amends and find peace continues to be a powerful force, shaping our lives and our societies, even as the forms of its expression evolve through the centuries. The legacy of penance, in its myriad subtle and overt manifestations, is woven into the very fabric of our modern consciousness, a testament to the enduring quest for reconciliation in a world that forever grapples with the weight of its own imperfections.